Good morning, everybody. Huh. Oh, there it is. It didn't tell me how many people were watching. I was like, what is happening? Am I live? Okay. It's just Judy. Not it's just Judy. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, Judy. I didn't mean it like that. But hold that thought. I will be right back. I apologize for the poor time management this morning. Where is everybody? After that weird day yesterday, nobody's showing up because they're like, Debbie doesn't know what she's doing. No, the court didn't know what they were doing. That's what happened yesterday. It wasn't my fault. And we were all confused. I don't know what the deal is with that court. So they're just going to have a day off today because they don't know how to manage time either. I'm not alone in that. So, first off, this might not interest anybody but me. But I sent this to Travis because, like, he doesn't understand. Like, he'll walk in a room and start to tell me something. Like, usually at night, I'm sitting in there, I'm watching TV. I'm either diamond painting or crocheting or something, or doing my whatever. I can't just sit and listen to TV or just watch and listen to TV. Like, I'm doing something with my hands. So he comes in there. He used to get aggravated. It used to aggravate him because he'll come in there and start talking, and I'm like, wait, and I'm like looking for the remote of the TV to pause it. And then he'll ask me a question, and I'm like, in the middle of whatever I'm doing, and I'm like, I don't know. And I'll start the answer, and I'll say a couple words, and I'll be like, and then I'll be looking for the remote again. And he doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't know why I'm like that, and it used to aggravate him. Now he'll come in the room and he'll say something, and then when I start doing the wait, hang on, he'll stand there and wait now. And he doesn't. It might be commentary today because that's what they've been doing during all the breaks. Is commentary. Or no, not that trial. I'm thinking of a different trial. Yeah. The Murdaugh trial, they're doing commentary. I'll go get your bed in a minute, baby. Huh. Charging conference? Maybe it's just her and the lawyers today. Because I did end it right after she dismissed the jury because it was so late and I had to go to town with Travis to get the groceries. Can you wait a minute, please, sir? Of what? The trial? Let me see. Monday was 6. Tuesday was 7. Wednesday was 8. Yeah, today would be day 9. Why is it not just popping up in my feed like it usually does? Oh no, that was yesterday. Never mind. Can you please wait? You're the most impatient thing. I don't see it live anywhere. Oh, it says upcoming 10 a.m. Okay, well, we'll have to watch. It's not going to be testimony. It would have to be a charging conference then. No, they don't. They don't. They have no idea what they're doing. Okay, so I sent this to Travis. Is he going to watch it? I have no idea. But this is me. Absolutely me.
What are you watching on TV tonight, babe?
The new season of Stranger Things, I reckon. Or can you not watch that now after the latest Lily Allen album? Babe, what are we watching tonight?
I need to just do this, babe. What are you watching on TV tonight, babe?
The new season of Stranger Things, I reckon. Or can you not watch that now after the latest Lily Allen album? Babe, what are we watching tonight?
I need to just do this, babe. What are you watching on TV tonight, babe?
The new season of Stranger Things, I reckon. Or
no, I don't have the accent. I wish I did. I love their accents. But that couple, I had suspected I had ADHD, but I started watching them and that's when I realized, oh, I have this. I absolutely have this. And so I went to my therapist, who I'd not seen in 4 years. And I told her, she goes, why do you think you have ADHD? And I didn't mention them or anything. I just said, well, because I do this and I do this and I do this. And then she goes, oh, yeah, you have ADHD. You don't even need to take the tests. I was like, okay. Well, I thought before we get into Murdaugh, because we're going to do that all day today, that we would watch Rex Heuermann's sentencing. Do you guys want to watch Rex Heuermann's sentencing? If you don't, then we can go right to Murdaugh. But I thought that would be interesting to watch. Because that's one of the cold cases from like forever ago that I thought would never be solved. I didn't think, oh, so it's good. It's good. You don't want to watch it, Ken? Okay, well then I'll watch it by myself. But that's one of the cases from forever ago that I watched, like on, I don't know, Dateline or whatever, 2020. No, I've not seen it yet. You know, like the news show, you know, the true crime documentaries and stuff. Oh, okay. But I didn't think it would ever be solved. I thought it was going to be one of those serial killer things that were never solved. Just like the Golden State Killer. That's another one. It's just it's amazing to me that these decades old cases are getting solved now. That just proves that I'm old. With the exception of the Delphi murders, I think they got the wrong guy for that.
Mr. Heumann, is there anything you wish to say before I pronounce sentence?
Yes. There are no
Stand up.
He's gonna speak?
There are no words I can say. I am responsible for what was said in this room today. The words I would say have no meaning. And I'm going to leave it there at this time.
Speak up.
Mr. Heumann, as Mr. Tierney said, I know that you're sorry that you got caught. I assume that you're sorry for what you've done to your wife and children. Are you a little bit sorry for what you did to these poor innocent women? 8 women that you strangled to death, at least 8 that we know of. Are you at least a little bit sorry for that? Yes?
Yes, I am.
No, he's not.
You know what? You've been described as a very big man, but you're a disgusting and despicable small man, if you're a man at all. And you're a coward.
He's shaking. He's so mad.
As a result of your plea of guilty to murder in the first degree under count 1 of indictment 73544 of 2024, it's essentially court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, murder in the first degree, it's essentially court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 3, plead guilty to murder in the first degree, it's essentially the court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. Those 3 sentences to run consecutive with each other. With respect to count 7, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 8, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 9, murder in the second degree, it's essentially court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. And finally, with respect to count 10, murder in the second degree, it's essentially court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. All of those sentences to run consecutive with each other. Mr. Tierney, with respect to counts 4, 5, and 6,
Move to dismiss your own satisfaction of that sentence.
that application granted.
Why?
other agencies to collect. Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing from the people.
Mr. Brown?
Nothing further.
All right, get him out of here.
Move to dismiss charges 4, 5, and 6. He's in prison for the rest of his life anyway. What difference does it make?
Serving on defense, order directing the surrender of firearms, rifles, and shotguns. That order will go back with you at the jail.
At least we know where you are.
When they caught him, and I saw how big he was, because I don't remember what show I watched about I guess the murder that like brought the killings to light was the girl that she was an alcohol and her boyfriend drove her out to the place on, well, I guess he was her pimp too, but drove her to the place on Long Island. And then it's been so long because it's been like 10 years or more. And I don't remember if he left or he went somewhere and was going to come back. I don't remember, but I just remember that in the show they said that she escaped and was running down the road knocking on people's doors asking for help. And when they first arrested him, I first saw him, I cried because all I could picture was this young half-naked girl. Young, I mean, she's like what, 19, 20, she's young, running down a street in the dark with this giant man chasing her and her banging on doors asking for help, and nobody would open a door for her. And I thought, how terrified must they have been? And I mean, forget what their profession is. No one deserves to die like that. They're still human beings and they're still terrified when someone is after them. It doesn't matter why she was there to begin with. You know, some people think that matters. It doesn't matter. No one deserves to be unalived. It doesn't matter. But when I saw, hey, Jen, the size of that man and pictured him chasing her, it was extremely upsetting. So I'm glad that they got him. It's terrifying. Okay. There we go.
Sir, can you read under source? Say on the third entry.
On the third entry of source? Yes, sir.
Do you see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network Local and then / and root and Dove, your name? Do you recognize any of that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for our evidence server with this item, the extractions contained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit 54 into evidence.
No objection. So admitted.
So this is, and could we please publish? And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger? Zoom in so the left side of the screen is larger and visible to the jury. That's good. Now, Lieutenant Dove, the times in the time column here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is a listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's with -4 UTC.
Okay, and is this incoming or outgoing message?
This records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, do you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Okay, and does this continue on to 3? Well, let's just continue. Could you read number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:57:16 p.m. To correct to UTC -4 would be 3:57:16 p.m.
Okay.
And then if we come down to number 5, that's an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh, isn't it? That we looked at before.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment or APPT?
And if we go to the second page, and number 6 there, is that an outgoing message?
It shows it as a received and read message.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Now, the next one, number 7, is that a reply to the how was your doctor visit message?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And what does it say?
Waiting as usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021. It shows at 8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
Okay. And number 9, what does that, is that incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
Okay. And what does this text message say?
It says, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to Moselle. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's skip down to page 4, which I believe will be our next message from Mr. Murdaugh. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. We're having a little difficulty seeing this. If they could blow it up just a little bit. Small part, please. Can't see the small print.
If we could make the message text in particular with the date. Yeah. This is,
Yeah, that's,
I was talking to Spike.
proceed.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Can you, is there anyone who cannot see?
Thank you, Your
Proceed.
Line 18, who is this text message from?
The text message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942-1227.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time of this message?
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m.
And what does the message say?
Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are two exclamation marks after petty, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Showing some, and petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, it is.
Now, number 20 would be the next text message from Mr. Murdaugh, and what is the time on that?
The time on that, on the paper, it's June 8th, 2021 at 1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to minus 4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately 9 o'clock, 9:08:58 p.m.
And what does this one say?
Going to check on M, be right back.
And then finally, number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47 and 23 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir, once it's corrected for the UTC.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number of 1-803-942-1227, and that phone number is for Alex Murdaugh.
Ask about that 908 text message, because I think those statements talked about that a bit. Let me ask this. Do you know when that text message was actually displayed on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log. But I believe it was the 9:08 mark.
Come back to that. Let's talk now a bit about the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 9:08. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel. I'm going to ask about some times, and you may need to refer to the reports. If so, let me know, and I'll hang them up.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really well, let's first just talk about Paul's phone. We established that it locked at 8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again?
Correct.
And it was a 2% battery?
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
Was anything recorded in the logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. Still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that matter.
When was the last activity? Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was locked.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so, but the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28 seconds to 8:53 and 8 seconds?
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay. Do you have the report on hand?
No, sir, I don't.
I've just handed you what's been.
I did it again, y'all. I forgot to do the trivia. If you have not been able to see member emojis, YouTube has updated their app for iOS. People can see member emojis again. Woohoo! I didn't even know that was happening. The South Carolina AG's office has asked that the state South Carolina to unseal transcripts tied to the removal of the juror, aka egg juror in this case. Prosecutors argue the record should be made public. Prosecutors asked the High Court to retract the state's previous objection and lift restrictions on the on-camera hearing transcript that led to the dismissal of juror 785 Myra Crosby. Isn't she suing or something about her civil rights being violated because she was taken off the jury? Which I don't know how that affects her civil rights, but she's fighting it or something, right? Which I thought most people liked it when they were taken off a jury. Hey, Nichelle. Yeah, and the reason why they call her the egg juror is because when she got dismissed, I guess the judge asked her if she had any personal belongings in the jury room, and she said a carton of eggs or something like that. So, because I guess she had chickens and she would bring in eggs for the other jurors or something, so she became known as the egg juror. So, I also forgot, I was going to tell you about my ongoing GPT saga. So, you guys, I've been saying for a while now that I don't trust AI. And I started using it because a friend of mine told me I can use it to make my thumbnails better and my descriptions for my streams better. So I started using it, and then I started using it just to, like, when Google wasn't specific enough, I would use ChatGPT. Or if it was like a complicated question that I knew Google couldn't handle, I'd use ChatGPT. So last week I asked 2 questions at different times, and ChatGPT got all judgy about it. I asked because Lucy's parents in the George Pino trial, the girl that died, her parents were sitting together, but the dad seemed way, way, way more upset than the mom. Mom wasn't crying or anything. She was just sitting there. And then there was another woman next to Andy Fernandez, her dad. but they weren't sitting close. They were next to each other, but not close. She was away farther. She was bawling her eyes out. And so I thought, well, maybe the woman sitting right up close to him is stepmom and the other one is mom. So I just asked ChatGPT if Lucy's parents were still married. And I got a long, complicated yes. And, why do you ask? What did you notice something or whatever? And so then I put in the explanation as to why I asked. And then I get, oh, well, different people grieve differently. And like all this judgy about you shouldn't look at that, not crying, whatever. And I was like, yeah, I know this isn't my first rodeo. And then ChatGPT was like, okay, fair enough. And then I think it was the next day I was watching Vinny Politan Investigates, and Vinny didn't have his wedding ring on. So I asked ChatGPT if he'd gotten divorced. And of course, long, complicated. No, there's no documented anything about him being divorced from his wife, and said, put her name and how long they've been married and all that crap. And of course, then it asked, why did you notice something? I said, yeah, I noticed he's not wearing his ring. And then it came back, oh, well, there was lots of reasons why he might not be wearing his ring, and, like judgy again. And I said, you've been pretty judgy lately. The last couple of times I've asked you a question, you've given me judgment and opinion instead of just answering the question I asked. You're AI. I just asked you a question. Next time, just tell me the answer to the question. And it said, oh, you're right. Thank you for calling me out on that. I'm sorry. I won't give you any added commentary anymore. So then the next day, I asked a question and it just answered it. But then it said, thank you for calling me out earlier about, I don't remember what it said, but basically it brought it back up like it's a person. Like trying to apologize or something. And then yesterday, I asked, about the George Pino trial, right? And it was like, yes, I've read the article, whatever it said. Like it knew all from articles it's read and stuff. It knew about the case. It was like, ask me a question and I'll just, exactly. It was like, just ask me the question and I'll just tell you the facts. And I said, no, this time I want an opinion. If you were on the jury, what way would you go? And so it's like, well, I really can't answer that because I don't have all the evidence, blah, blah, blah. And then I told it what I thought. And, about like, I don't think he needs 30 years in prison, but what he's charged with could get him 30 years in prison. And, the punishment needs to fit the crime. So I kind of really don't know because I think he's overcharged and, so then it starts complimenting me. That's a very smart, I forgot what it said. A very smart attitude to take with your experience in watching trials. I bet back in the beginning, like you were really wanting the prosecution to always win, but I mean, it started and it did it 2 or 3 times. Like everything I said after that, it was like a compliment. And I was like, oh my God, this is a machine. A machine. And it is having a conversation with me. I know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not at all. But like, it acts like we have a relationship or something. It's scary. It is very scary. I was like, now it's trying to butter me up because it thinks I'm mad at it. It's a machine. It's a computer. It's just, back when Terminator came out and we were like, that'll never happen. I don't believe that anymore. I think it's possible. Google is saying she's exploring a defamation case against Becky Hill. Oh. I guess I'm gonna have to. But it was nice getting good information instead of Google. When you Google, you get all kinds of crap. But when you ask Chat GPT, you usually get the right answer. Well, a lot of times I'll be completely wrong. Like, I'll say, is so-and-so dead? And they'll be like, no, so-and-so is still alive. And they'll give me all kinds of information. I'll be like, no, they died yesterday. And then it'll come back and say, oh, you're right. They did. They died yesterday. So that's my Chat GPT story.
Mark has been admitted to State 283, which is the timeline report for her phone.
Yes, sir.
So is that correct, that time period for display off?
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Okay, it is 8:49 and 28 seconds as the display goes off. Is that correct?
Give me 1 second to get to it. 8:49 and 28 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it shows that that's the end time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that
I
time?
had to go find my cough drops.
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to landscape. So there is the same time.
And 2 seconds later, is the phone locked?
It said 8:49, 31 p.m. It shows the start time of being locked.
Okay. Our next event at 8:53:08, does the display come back on?
Yes, sir, it does.
The phone is still locked, but the screen is on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4 seconds after the screen came on.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
And we have in this, kind of starting at this time period, starting at 8:53:15, with Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I would have to refer to that report.
Please do.
Yes, sir. It starts at 8:53:15 p.m., recording 59 steps, and ends at 8:55:32.
Do you have any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows on there a duration in minutes, which is approximately 2.29.
Is the distance, is it on the phone? Is it available to found?
As far as distance, as far as in yards or
Meters.
it,
Hey,
I have seen it in meters, yes, sir.
So that information has been recovered, how many meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we
Jill, go back a little bit. I told the Chat GPT story.
extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the accident report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record in meters.
And at the end of that walking period, or about 4 seconds before, when does the screen turn off next?
I show a display off at 8:53:28 is the start time of that. And then the next display off is at 8:53:44 p.m.
Well, let's stick with the 8:53:28, it went off, correct?
Yeah, so that shows the start time of it being off.
And did it come back on 4 seconds after that?
Yes, sir. It comes on at 8:53:32 p.m.
Now, the exhibit I previously showed you about Siri. When's the last activation of the user interface for Siri?
The last one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
Okay, so it's during this period of walking.
Yes, sir.
And we covered previously that holding the side button can trigger that.
It's one of the things, yes, sir, that could trigger that.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
At 8:54:32 was the end time of the display off.
I apologize. 8:53:44, it came on, correct? The display went off, and then it went back on at 8:55:04. Is that correct?
Let's see. I show display off starts at 8:53:44. It ends at 8:55:32. Display on at 8:55:32 is when it starts with the display on. And then it shows that ending at 8:55:04.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a camera application used.
At 8:55:32?
At 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated from the lock screen? In other words, the phone was not unlocked to get to the camera.
It doesn't appear that there's an unlock sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the Knowledge C database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be. I've never looked that far into it to see if that's there.
So the screen comes on, the camera's activated. It stays on for how long?
It comes on at 8:54:34 and goes off at 8:54:35. So approximately 1 second.
Okay. And we're still in that walking period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 5 seconds later, we have an orientation change.
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir, approximately 5 seconds.
So in a space of 6 seconds, correct that, 8 seconds, screen came on, camera opened, closed, and then orientation change. So a lot happened in that 8 seconds.
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed in an application usage log. Whether somebody activated the camera to use it or not, I don't know that.
And then when did the display go off?
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay. And there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Yes, sir. It went to portrait.
And did the display come on again shortly thereafter, 28 seconds later?
Yes, sir. At 8:55:32 p.m.
And then it went off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Let me find the end time for that display off. Yes, sir. The display went off at 9:03:52 p.m.
So, and then what we would have after that would be some incoming calls that go unanswered until we get to that orientation change at 9:06. Is there anything else happening on the phone?
There's other things that are recorded in the logs, because it will record in the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And the phone call, when was that?
It shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12, which has a start time of 9:06 and 12 and an end time of 9:06 and 20, correct?
Yes, sir. That's when it, orientation changes to portrait.
And in that time period, we have another call from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
And then another one coming in at 9:06:51. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the display after that goes off.
Yes, sir. It goes off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And that text message we talked about earlier at 9:08:58, did the screen come on when that came in? Or did it stay off?
It looks like when the display off ended was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not come on until 9:30.
Oh man, that's
Correct.
I bet that prosecutor is mad.
We mentioned the who had seen the vehicle. Well, let's strike that. We talked about Alex Murdaugh's steps. Did he have a period of walking that went from about 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds?
I would have to refer to that report. I'm sorry, could you give me the times on that again?
It's about 9:02 time period. It ends at 9:06 and 47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
Do you recall from the report you got from the FBI about this vehicle, if anything was recorded happening on his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds?
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
You don't recall that the report shows that the car engine was started at that time?
I would have to look at that report. Like I said, I looked at the report when it first came back, but I have not studied that report because that was not part of what I examined.
Was information from that report included in the timeline you assisted Agent Belsky with?
Yes, I believe it was.
If you were to look at that timeline that the agent prepared, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. I can look at it and see what their report says.
It's a copy of his timeline report. You recognize that that's what it is?
Yes, sir. That's what it appears to be. Are you wanting me to look for the vehicle
Yes,
information on it?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. State does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit at this point. But you know, I don't know if what Mr. Barber's intention is.
Your Honor, I was using this to refresh the witness's recollection. 612.
What is the objection? If he's going to review that, the state would ask that it be marked and admitted. As this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Dove.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked, however.
Admitted as a defense exhibit.
You need to mark it before. Okay.
That's 60.
I'm handing you back what's now been marked as defense exhibit 60, which will make this a lot quicker and easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did Mr. Murdaugh's car start?
According to this timeline that's been prepared, it looks like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
I can just say the phone recorded steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now, whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during that time frame.
Did you look at his car? I apologize. Did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his phone?
I don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle stuff for the 906 period.
I'll come back to that in a second. If a phone were thrown from the window of a moving car going down a country road, would you expect, and the screen was on at that time because there's an incoming call, would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just thrown end over end, then I would expect the orientation change.
Okay. And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had testimony about that in some brush on the side of a country road. Not so far from Mr. Murdaugh's house, but a half mile or so at least. If that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds, 9:06 and 20 seconds. Is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
It's hard for me to say. I can just testify about what the information's on the phone. If it's somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things end over end, straight. You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something is considered a throw. It's hard for me to say that because depending on how it's thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to the ground or how it lands could cause different things to happen.
Based on the information in front of you, would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible. I
The
don't
person
know.
driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's having to walk for a few minutes before he gets in the car, right?
I don't know how he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
So what I'm asking is, if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and that is, it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that's the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now, that does not mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly, it is possible that it was a random orientation change and somebody throws the phone out of the moving car going down this country road, lands in some brush 15 feet off the road by some miracle golf frisbee shot. But you would expect you throw the phone out the window like that, you get an orientation change if the screen is on.
If it's thrown like you described, with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect the orientation change because it could land flat.
So, but that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That you could throw it from a moving car, it could land 15 feet in the woods and not ever bounce, not once, in a way that would cause an orientation change.
I've never tested throwing a phone out the window to see what the orientation change looks like. Like I said, I can just testify to what is in the records on it.
And at the time, if this is when it's thrown, at that very moment, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh. The screen's lit up with his name on it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It would be reasonable that if somebody had taken the phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent, the information on the cell phones, whether somebody who saw the number coming in or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
I understand. You were not there. And the question is really, your review of these records, is that not just consistent, but reasonably consistent, something that would make sense to you, that is one reasonable possibility consistent with what you see on these phones?
If somebody was holding the phone and they saw a number come in, they didn't want to answer or didn't want, then to throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement finds it in the woods on the side of the road the next day, recorded when it was tossed out the window.
I can't say that. I
But
can
that
just
would be
say that
reasonable.
I can just say there's an orientation change. I cannot say that's when the phone was thrown that caused that change to portrait.
And at the time, and at less than 30 seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking, isn't he? He's not in a car.
The phone recorded steps in the time frame.
And you testified on direct that if you're riding in a car, it's not going to record steps.
Correct.
So he's not in a car at that time.
I can't say where he was or what, I wasn't there. I can just say what the phone recorded, whether it recorded
That's
steps
fair.
or not.
The person in possession of his phone was not in a car at that time, 9:06 and 12 seconds.
I can just say the phone, that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
Right. And you also have testified that if you're in a car, it would not record steps.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So if this phone were in a car at 9:06 and 12 seconds, it would not record any steps.
Correct.
And it did, in fact, did not record steps at that time.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps on that time
I
frame.
mean, it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So the person who had Alex Murdaugh's phone was walking at this 9:06 and 12 seconds time because it's recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording
And
steps.
he's also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem like he's getting into the car.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
Did Alex Murdaugh have the code to unlock Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
So, you don't really have any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, and this is, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out the window of his car half a mile from his house.
No, sir. I have no idea why people are thinking or do things they do.
And we've previously established that his phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
So he's walking without her phone. Her phone does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking, hers is not. At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Phone did not
And-
legs.
In your 20-some years experience in law enforcement, that doesn't make it seem reasonable to you that he did not, that the person who had Alex's phone did not also have Maggie's phone at 9:06:12?
It appears the phones were not together being moved by the same person because they were not recording steps.
I'm going to switch off of timeline a little bit and ask, were you aware of a Celebrite logical extraction of Alex's phone that was conducted on June 10th?
I have been told there was one conducted, yes, sir.
Did you ever receive that?
I received a copy of it several months back.
Did you receive it after you did the full file extraction?
Yes, sir.
So there was really not, it wasn't very useful to you at that point, was it?
No, sir. I was working off of my extraction because I was able to obtain the full file system, which gives me more information than an advanced logical would do.
Turn to Maggie's phone and the recovery of that. You testified earlier, is it your understanding it was recovered in the afternoon of the day after June 8th?
My understanding is it was recovered June 8th. The approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this form?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is our evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh would offer this as Defendant's Exhibit 42 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Is this the intake form for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Could we please publish Exhibit 42? While they do that, what's the date on this form?
The date on the form is June 9th, 2021.
Is that when her phone came to you?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't have it from on the same day they recovered it, it was the next day?
Correct.
On this form, do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a victim, a witness, a suspect, anything else that would be provided by the investigator for it.
And here where it says subject name unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
No, sir. Like I said, it's just a subject name. We get them that are witnesses. Some are victims, some are suspects. It's just a subject's name.
Well, down here under keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's ticked yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying that we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stick with Maggie's phone, but really quickly, I want to just quickly turn to Paul's. Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 46. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is an evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center that's led.
Your Honor, offer Defendant's 46 in evidence.
No, Judge.
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so, yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir, it's not checked, yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir, the subject line is blank.
I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone. You recognize this one?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's an examination worksheet for mobile devices.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
No, Judge.
It's admitted.
This has, let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Well, June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, right?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it. Was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model for that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect. Then on the 15th of June of 2021, Graykey updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software to get the full file system.
Is it fair to say that essentially there were some technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Graykey did not support that model in that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay. And during that 8-day period, would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that's in one of these SQLite databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at on the Paul's phone, the timeline. There was the state's attorney pointed out some GPS locations.
Yes, sir.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was Cache? That was the Cache SQLite database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the cache?
Yes, sir.
And it's just actually from the same table in the cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone.
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
What is the earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered.
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone.
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry, do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the breaky issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
It should have, as long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
Complaint reports, please. Apologize, Your Honor. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one? Is it?
Your Honor, I would offer this as defendant's exhibit 45.
Is that what you was just looking at? Oh, yes. Submitted about it.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to if I can. It's one of the state's exhibits. Do you have 284? Okay.
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir. I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I said
Okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283. I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question. 282. Handed you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 282.
Yes, sir.
You turn to page 16.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating it was delivered around 9:31 PM?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 PM.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message, just that its status is unread.
Let's see the exhibit. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Ms. Barber asked you about the potentiality of Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 timeframe when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't leave the witness.
At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ending at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
And if you want to pick up Alex's steps report, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded, the camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
Okay, Jill.
All right. Let's talk about this time, these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one. And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these events, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 8:55:04, I believe this was a screen on event. Was that?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you need to look at the original report, that's fine. All right, and then at 8:54, we see another orientation change at 54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at 9:06:12, we have an orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify the seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay, and 2 seconds later, what happens?
You see a call.
And from who?
It's from PA on the report, but that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in 1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if you wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. Take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. And it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 p.m.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05 and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record a orientation change?
No, sir.
And so Mr. Barber was asking you about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you've recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in to going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
All right, okay. I think that's. All right, and let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have his report with you, Andy?
Yes, sir. I do.
Could you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 290. Let's look at the steps a little later tonight, real quick. And I'm gonna need the Elmo, please. All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
All right, and record 27. What is that? What is indicated in that record, sir?
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ended at 9:32:14 p.m.
Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
So at 9:22, there's 195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit. You know, a step count, is that something you can 100% rely on as the exact number?
No, sir. It's not 100% accurate.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir. It can record distance and show it in meters.
All right. And you've already testified that the steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
Right? Because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length. As far as when somebody's walking, some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time, but they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
Okay. But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 9:35 to be less than the distance traveled at 9:22?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it? The text messages exhibit. Defense exhibit 54, please.
Yes, sir. I have a
Oh, you have
copy
it.
of it up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Sir, would you mind bringing this? This is exhibit 54. Okay. And I'll let Ms. Farmer as you read this, but I want to make sure he did, and looks like entry number 2 there on the that we see up on the screen. Can you read that, please?
Yes, sir. It's June 7th, 2021. It's at 7:55:26 p.m., but this is in UTC time. So to go back minus 4 hours to set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
All right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex, what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia. And then there's some emojis and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
We want to make this 100% clear. Sir, can we highlight the time? Actually, go back to the first page, excuse me. All right, and just highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text that he just read, where it says 7:55:26. Can you just highlight 7:55:26, please? There you go. All right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, sir. Or
Also known as-
UTC.
Yes. Also known as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
Correct.
It's 3:55:26 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right.
Our time zone.
All right, go to page 2, please. All right, let's read text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
And local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be 4:03:14 p.m.
And What does this text say again?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Okay. Let's go now to entry number 8. And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I am scared for him and Alex and all of us.
All right. It says him. We just read the text at number 6. From the context of this message, who do you think him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph.
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
And Alex and all of us.
Mr. Barber asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:54 or 8:55. And you can, if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, you want to read it?
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8? I think it's 8:54 time frame.
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera was activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated. Could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Further. Yes, Your Honor. Very, very quickly. On this camera, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus as far as with applications of different things.
If the metadata, I try to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is a knowledge seed for this camera event?
No, sir, I didn't review the Springboard metadata.
So, and we saw with the easels up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have,
Hey, Melissa.
could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
It kept
For
like
1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1
Put it on the
second.
floor.
I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second? And there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter.
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities
Yeah.
could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
No further questions.
You may step down. You may step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will break until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
The jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may call your next witness. Yes, sir.
State of South Carolina, we're now called Dathan Barnett.
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dathan Brian Varnadoe. Last name is Varnadoe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dathan Varnadoe?
Yes, I go by Brian.
Okay. And your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Varnadoe, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, please, about Brian Varnadoe, where you're from, your background, a little bit of your family, and how you got in law enforcement?
I'm from right here in Walterboro, South Carolina. I started in the Department of Corrections in 1996. I worked in the Department of Corrections State Prison System for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Okay, and I know you kind of soft. You just pull up and maybe speak in there a little bit if you don't mind, Sergeant. So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that, you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
Tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement through the legals, traffic stops, so forth. But and I also have training there in gang investigations. Also, they provide.
And are you married?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Does your wife work?
Yes.
Where does she work?
Works for the city of Walterboro.
Now, if I could please take you back, Sergeant, to June, specifically June 7th of 2021. What was your role with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department that day, please?
I worked investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We somewhat
pretty much everybody get called in.
Yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
And where were you told to respond to? Where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
4147 Moselle Road?
That's right.
In Colleton County?
In Colleton County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down the park, near the roadway, and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
It had been some years when I was on the road. I responded to an alarm call out there one time.
Years prior to this?
Yes.
Did you know where to go when you got there? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are. Don't come in where the brick columns are.
I'm going to show you what's marked as stage 303. Sergeant, I've never shown you this before, have I?
No.
Do you recognize this is an aerial view of Moselle? And when you responded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, without objection, 303.
It's admitted.
And you said you came in the second entrance?
Yes, you want to point to it?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area. And I'll walk the rest of the way.
And Sergeant, you get out of your car and then tell them what you did next.
When I got on scene, there was other emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there. Pretty much I made contact with my supervisor and asked him what it needed to be, what area he needed to be in, what he needed me doing.
And who is your supervisor?
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion, did you see the bodies of who we all know now are Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't expect them. Maybe 10 feet, maybe.
Okay. So you're able to see them from a distance,
Yes.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So your captain had instructed that you find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit or to take GSR from him?
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right, and I don't think.
I thought the guy in the front seat was asking him questions too. But I think at that time, he wasn't a suspect. So I think when he was interviewed in the car, it was more just of a tell us what happened thing. I don't think he was a suspect at that time.
There'll be any objection to this. Tell the folks what is the GSR?
But it stands for gunshot residue. The kit itself tests for gunshot residue on the hands is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
At the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and maybe other places, are you trained in how to collect that from an individual?
Yes, we train in-house.
And
everything in this case is weird.
Okay. Pretty simple procedure.
That's right.
Had you taken GSR from a person prior to this?
Yes.
Okay. How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, from where you were? Where was he? When you were told to go check his hands?
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It's actually, it was an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
Okay. And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
Everybody knew.
An expert witness?
Yes.
Is that the gang which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
And do you mind, what'd you testify to?
It was some terminology that was used in a phone call, and he wanted, in my area of expertise with gang lingo and gang slang, he wanted me to testify to a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And was he sitting over here at the time at this table?
Yes.
I mean, the prosecution table?
Prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom?
It is here at Hampton, I'm 100% sure.
In a courtroom?
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call. He was prosecuting in this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term
Get
meant.
the whistle?
Yes.
What
He was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the
Not relevant.
inmate was wanting somebody to do something with the whistle?
Relevant.
That's what I was told the phone call was about, yes.
Okay. Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5, 6 years.
Okay.
Yes.
So on June 7th of 2021, when you saw the defendant?
Yeah, because he called everybody. Oh, called everybody, like friends, colleagues, family, everybody, and they came over and cleaned up and everything. Yeah, this whole thing was weird. Back to Nichelle's point, everything was weird in this case because of the name Murdaugh. That's good old boys syndrome.
Did he recognize you as far as you can tell?
Yes.
Okay. Did he recognize you as far as you could tell?
Yes.
Did he say your name?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say his name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do your job?
I'm sorry, say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to it?
I approached him, I had the kit, and I went up to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He stated he understood the procedure, and just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do, but Your Honor, can you come down here?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked stage 301. Do you recognize this kit in general?
Yes.
And did you look inside?
No, this one, no.
Okay, would you look inside? Do you recognize this type of kit? Is this the type of kit you used on the defendant Alex Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Actually, the type of kit I believe had 4 vials, but it's the same idea.
Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without objection.
That's correct. No, okay.
If you stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. And I've got some questions, Sarge. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I have my own gloves. I put on gloves before I administer this kit.
Okay.
To the individual.
All right.
I explain to him what I'm doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explain to him what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes.
How far are you from them?
About you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
Yes.
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
No.
Okay. Could he understand what Brian Varnadoe was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
Yeah, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking.
Yes.
Okay. And were his answers to you timely?
Yes, they were.
Subject matter appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked him if you could take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
He complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
Can you show the jury how you do it specifically?
You'll see it's labeled for self-explanatory. On here it has the left hand, right hand.
You mind touching me and just do it on me like you did on him?
I can. Come on.
All right, and what's that one marked on there?
This is for the left hand.
Okay.
It has a flat surface on the inside of the cap. Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over the back of the hand, and full extent of the fingers.
Okay.
Put the cap back
Did you
on.
place it back?
Yes, and you put it back inside the bag.
Okay.
And you move on to the next one.
All right.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand.
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please.
Had she moved out?
And so this whole time you're that close to him and you're doing that?
Yes.
Were his
I
hands
thought
shaking?
they had two houses.
do not
and she
recall his
liked
hand
the
shaking.
other, the beach house better.
Now, after you do that, and I got a couple other questions, I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
I
Do
didn't
you-
take it as they were like
To be right where
separated.
we are now, to tell them what we're doing, do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And, Jim. We'll show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sergeant?
It does.
And you're on a 300 without objection?
No.
Admitted.
Now, Sergeant, does it say what time you just took that gunshot, potential gunshot residue evidence from the defendant?
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
And did you fill this out?
I did.
You put your name at the top,
Yes.
badge number,
Everything but this. This is not me.
and date of birth? It's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh,
Right.
and his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know his
No.
date of birth. So
No.
did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that out with SLED later, but you took the sample off a live individual?
Yes.
No question about it. All right. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No gunshot wound?
No.
I don't
No,
like
it says
those.
any debris or blood or subject, this is what the
I'm
form
not seeing
says.
it.
Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
I've watched a few dramatized things, but I don't like them for facts because they can add stuff. Like, the staircase one. I didn't even watch that because the only people there were Michael and Kathleen. So all the stuff that's in that, they don't know. And then the kid said, like, the stuff that's in there with them arguing all the time and stuff, that didn't happen. So they do stuff. Those are entertainment pieces. They put extra stuff in to make it more interesting for people to watch. So I don't go by those. I just go by documentaries. And I don't know if they were separated or not. I do know that they were having disagreements because she liked living at the beach better than living at Moselle. Because she didn't like to hunt and go out in the woods and do all that kind of stuff like the boys did. She liked it at the beach house. And I don't blame her. But I knew a couple that Steenhatchee's a little fishing village here on the Gulf. Very little. Very, very little. And to get to anything, any store, any fast food restaurant, everything, you probably have to drive close to 2 hours, hour and a half at least. And one of our neighbors was married. They had been married previously and divorced, but they got back together. But he didn't want to live over here. He wanted to live in Steenhatchee. So they got remarried, and he came over here, spent every day with her, all day, but at night went back home to Steenhatchee every night. Like 2 hour drive, hour and a half. So Yeah, but do the people that made the series know what their personalities are, though? Or did they make it up to be entertaining? Oh, I'm sure that's true. Well, no, I'm not sure that's true. I take that back. Because if the motive was, I don't know if she knew about them or not. I've seen this trial before, but I don't remember. Was he hiding the money that he was stealing, or was he hiding the OxyContin, or was he hiding both? Because that's the motive. And I don't remember if she knew about the OxyContin or not. And like I said, just because it's in a fictionalized thing doesn't necessarily mean it's true, because they can do stuff and it'll say that in the credits if you look, that they added stuff for dramatization, and I hate when they do that. So, yeah. Yeah, he was stealing from his clients to support his addiction. Exactly. That was the motive. He didn't want her to find out about that. So that is the motive for why he killed her.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to know?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands,
Oh.
did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I recall his hand was clean.
And underneath here it says lawyer, honey, the rest of it
Well,
said
ask
evidence.
some questions, yeah.
Okay. All right. And he signed it,
He
correct?
fell down the step.
No.
Okay, that's your assessment. My bad, I couldn't see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here.
I think Paul pushed her. You'll hear the 911 call that Paul made that day in this trial.
Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his
I
shorts,
remember
his
his shirt.
shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do
But-
remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
Did it appear to have
Hang
any
on.
blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye, I didn't see any.
Okay. Did it appear to be dirty?
No.
I don't know why I feel like Paul did it because of his response on the 911 call. But after the maid died, he set up a trust fund. He sued himself for the family of the maid. And then he sued his insurance, his own insurance company, and told the kids that it's legal, everything will be fine, and then they would get compensation for her dying. And then he stole that money. Right, he kept the money. Yeah. But that you'll hear about that in the trial. Yeah. That's what he did. Yeah, he kept the money.
And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
No, it had nothing
Yes.
to. I
Okay,
don't
and you turned it
remember
over, I
what
believe,
it.
to agent.
They said she tripped over the dog. I think that's what they told 911, that she tripped over a dog and then fell down the steps.
Worley?
That's Worley.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there. Okay.
Admitted.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
So the shooting occurred, yes,
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
from other people on the scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? You know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me that on scene.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember now. That's right. He got her there. He got her to go to Moselle. I forgot about that.
I see that.
No, he was at work when she fell.
And the time this collected was 11:15,
He
correct?
wasn't even there.
That's correct.
Maggie and Paul was home. That was it.
One of those individuals that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands is clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Would you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We'd like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, cross-examination.
Deputy Barnes, this individual right here, the defendant Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, consented to you taking his DSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with you fully that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked, and he was a prosecutor of a criminal drug case in this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang. Is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that was a dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted. Is that correct?
Basis for the objection.
I withdraw.
No.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's a gang called the Cowboys.
And in that case, I think you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years ago.
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what year it was.
Yes. Now you were showing this aerial photograph.
The name.
This is exhibit number.
I don't remember exactly what happened. I think it comes
303.
up though.
Have you been out to the property since the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
There are trees there, yes.
there's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. And the now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you, was he cordial and respectful
Oh, yes.
to you?
Yes.
And you've been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
A few times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands, correct?
That's right.
And he was shook up, was he not?
Yes, he was shook up.
Now, you showed how the collection is done and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had.
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night, after he called 911, that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down? And when first responding deputy, I believe it was Green, came to the scene, that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto a subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Which is why he went
Now,
to get
you don't do any testing of gunshot residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, well, I scratched that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempt to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
Okay. Later in that evening, his clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
Deputy Varnado, I'm going to show you exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct.
Submit it.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about the case you testified in. Alex Murdaugh, did he call you as an expert on how to interpret whistle from an inmate's phone call who was trying to hide a weapon?
That's what I understood it to be, yes.
Whistle.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
Not relevant.
Anything further?
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
Anthony.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Rogan Gibson.
That's Cash's owner, right? I like the name Rogan.
You're from the testimony about the recording of the house. I'll do the truth to help you out.
I do.
To the witness, and give your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Rogan Gibson, Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, how you doing today?
Good.
Ask the court reporter something. I'll give her a chance to catch up. You good?
Mr. Gibson, I want you to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about yourself before we get to your testimony. I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
Wow.
And
That's cool.
you working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it.
They played it yesterday for the first time. You missed it.
You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
I was farming, operating equipment.
Operating equipment. Okay. And let me ask you, did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him.
Okay. And when did that happen?
When I was 11, 12 years old.
11 to 12? Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until the day he was murdered?
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give me just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around. Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother Buster, did he have a name or a nickname?
Called him Bus.
Bus. What'd you call Maggie?
Miss Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
Handsome. How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
Yeah.
How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I called him Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
What'd you call Alec?
Mr. Elliott, or Big Red.
Mr. Alec or Big Red. You said they were like a second family to you.
That's correct.
That's sad. So many victims in this case.
Not
just the people.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
All the time.
Did you ever go to? Did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
He did.
What were the other properties they had? And hold on for the sirens, if you will. What were the other properties that they had?
Edisto Beach, we went there a lot.
They had a house at Edisto Beach.
That's correct.
And any other properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton, the house in Hampton.
All right. Yeah. Did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
I think
When
it
you
is. Didn't he
go out, when did they get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
Richard Alexander the
I believe it was
fourth
like
or
my
something like
freshman year in high school. So
2014, something like that?
No, it was, I graduated in 14, so probably around 2010 maybe.
Okay. And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, hang around.
Ride around the property?
Yeah, work the food plots, equipment.
I got States 303 right here, this poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge's permission, and let's kind of point out some things to the jury. All right, do you recognize this image? And what is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
Do you see Moselle Road on this particular image? Going right down there. All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the old airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar?
Yeah, the shed, the hangar.
The shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed, the tractor shed. The dog kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skin and shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed for?
This process. Wild game out there. Skin and wild game out there.
Was there a driveway to that part of the property?
There was.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed right there.
Was that driveway commonly used?
It was.
Was there, what's the structure right here?
That's the old cabin, the hunting cabin.
Okay. And how about across the street? Was there any structures across the street?
There was.
All right. What was it there across?
Shooting house.
All right. And can you just point roughly where that be? It might, right at the top of the picture? Okay. All right. And what is this right here?
On.
All right. And when y'all were, what was the shooting house used for?
We sight and rifles. Shooting kind of that angle. With the target down here.
All right. Would y'all shoot rifles from the shooting house?
We would.
What about shotguns? Would y'all shoot those over at that shooting area?
Yeah, most of the time we shot them around the pond.
Around the pond? Okay. Is this a line of trees right here?
It is.
And on the other side of that line of trees, what did y'all call that?
The dove field.
The dove field? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat for me. Thank you. You mentioned that y'all like to ride the property and shoot and hunt out there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What kind of hunting would y'all do out there?
Anything we could hunt.
Okay. Well, give me some examples, if you would, please.
Hog hunt, deer, turkeys,
Okay. Hog hunting, deer, and turkeys.
dove, quail.
Let me ask you this: turkey season. Do you know when that is in South Carolina?
It's like March, mid-March to early May.
Okay. All right. So it's a fairly short period of time in that time period.
That's correct.
You mentioned hogs first. Tell me about the hog hunting. How would y'all go hog hunting?
A lot of times we'd shoot them at night with a thermal scope.
Okay. And what weapon would y'all use to shoot those hogs with the thermal scope?
300 blackout.
Oh, keep safe.
And whose weapon was that?
I think it was Buster's.
Okay. Well, tell me about what you know about the blackouts, how the family got those blackouts.
They bought two of them, one for Paul and one for Buster.
Okay. And can you describe those two? Did you see both of them back in the day?
They were similar build. One was black, one was like a green tannish color.
Okay. And did anything ever happen to one of them?
Yes, one of them was stolen.
Okay. And were you present when that happened or around when that happened?
I wasn't present. I was just told about it.
All right. And what was the story you were told about that?
I was told somebody took it out of Paul's truck at a party.
At a party? Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, years?
Yes, it's been 5-6 years probably.
Okay. All right, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in States 163. I'm going to have you look at that image and particularly what's there on that pool table. Do you recognize that?
That's a picture of a 300 blackout.
All right. And is that the one that you and Paul would take hog hunting?
Yes, that's one of them.
You said one got stolen. To your knowledge, was there ever a replacement gun?
I don't remember replacing it.
You don't remember replacement. You remember Paul using the black one, is that right?
That's correct. Or either the green and tan one before it was stolen.
Before it was stolen.
That's correct.
5 or 6 years ago.
Correct.
What other guns did Paul use a lot that he favored?
He favored a super black Eagle shotgun, 12 gauge.
All right. Let me show you another image if I could. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in States 3 and see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. Tell me what that is.
A Super Black Eagle.
All right. And do you specifically recognize that gun?
Yes,
And what gun is that?
that's Paul's gun.
I think it's
And how
okay
can
for
you tell?
guys, but not girls.
The camo pattern and
Creepy
the
for
strap.
Would Paul frequently
I
have
don't know
weapons with
why.
him when he was on the property or in his truck or that
That's a
sort of
double
thing?
standard.
He would.
But
What sort of weapons would he frequently have with him?
A lot of times he carried the 300 Blackout in his vehicle, and then, I mean, sometimes pistols, different shotguns.
All right. Would he carry that shotgun a lot as well?
Yes, I have seen him carry that shotgun.
Womp, womp.
We'll show you what's been frequently entered into evidence of states four. And we do me a favor. You see that box of gloves right there?
My
You just
dad.
put them on the
My
floor
dad's
behind
name was
you, just kinda
Cecil.
out
They
of the
could have
way.
named me Cecilia.
I'm gonna have you look in here
I
and
could
see
be
if you recognize that.
That's Super Black Eagle 3 of Paul's.
That's Paul's favorite shotgun.
That's correct.
What about deer? Did he have a weapon he liked hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Okay. Did Paul ever have any pistols to your
No,
knowledge,
that's
or carry
okay.
around any pistols?
You're not in the
He
same
did
room.
sometimes. Yeah.
What were his favorite two guns?
You're not going to get confused.
Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and Super Black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
You see how confusing it was in the Pinot trial with Sussy Mommy and
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night.
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that Blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking?
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit. Yes, sir.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at. It just depends. Sometimes we skin them out ourselves.
Or hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
We're talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Let me ask you a little bit about Miss Maggie. You mentioned before that the family had a couple of properties. In the summertime, where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edisto
And did you know why she preferred Edisto?
because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies?
That's correct.
What about Paul and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Not to my knowledge in Charleston. No.
I'm sorry, in Columbia.
In Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture,
That's correct.
working in farming,
That's correct.
hard work.
Yes, sir.
What times do you have to get up in the morning to go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
In Beaufort. You don't have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann? Okay. And why were you staying in Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
So you're staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate lab.
Chocolate lab. Still have the chocolate lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 6 months old maybe.
Did you, were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to.
Why was that?
Because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your
Oh,
girlfriend's
yeah, I
house?
agree with that.
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him there. I'd be gone a week at a time. Just leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
Ouch.
All right. Did you leave food for him and that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was at Moselle during the week when you were working?
In the kennel.
In the kennel. Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those.
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend.
Friday night or either Saturday. Yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house
And just where were you living at that time?
in Colleton County.
In Carlton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. What time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30. And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time typically would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work needed to get done?
That's correct.
Were you pretty tired when you got home?
I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. What did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on the phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Dove field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant them.
Okay. They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul's use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Was he typically one to respond pretty quick to you? If
Normally-
y'all were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, we were talking about something. He would respond pretty quick.
That evening, did you talk to Paul again after that initial conversation?
I did.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He called and asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Okay. And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off there Sunday and told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Ellick that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Ellick? You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He
And-
said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
And y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls would break up, but a FaceTime, couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Y'all have had problems with that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work?
We did.
And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
He was going to video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again.
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
After you never got the video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He didn't.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She did.
About what time you think you went to bed that night?
I'm not exactly sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. You a pretty sound sleeper?
That's correct.
Been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Did some calls come in that you didn't realize because you were asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls.
What time did you wake up the next morning?
Sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul and his mother Maggie had been murdered?
That same time, 5:30.
How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what had happened.
And tell me his first name, please.
Nolan.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up and got him to school without talking about it a whole lot, and then we headed back home.
And by home, you mean Colleton County?
Colleton County, that's correct.
And where'd you go from there?
I went to my house first, then I ended up going to Moselle.
About what time you think you got there?
Sometime maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
Did you talk to anybody at the scene when you first went there?
The only person I seen was John Marvin.
What'd you do after that?
My cousin let the dog out the kennel.
That being cash?
That's correct.
Did you take cash with you?
I did.
And where'd y'all go from there?
To the convenience store down the road from the house.
And who'd you meet there?
I met a game warden.
And what'd you do after that? Did you have a conversation?
I did. I had a conversation with him, and he said that law enforcement was going to be wanting to speak with me. I told him, I said, well, if you got a contact, let's get them up here and let's talk.
So did you wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I did.
And who'd you talk to?
Jeff Croft and Katie McAllister.
Whoa, you
And,
okay?
Did they do an interview of you?
They did.
Paul, guys.
Did they ask you about your communications with Paul the night before?
They did.
And did they ask you to see your cell phone?
They did.
Did they take screenshots of your cell phone?
That's correct.
Were you showing them your communications the night before with Paul and Maggie and others the night before?
Yes, sir.
Were you holding up the phone and they were taking screenshots?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for supporting the channel.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification.
That means so much to me.
165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just flip those real quick and see if you recognize those images. Just flip them down.
You recognize those?
I do.
YouTube.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls, text.
Stand by for one second.
Oh, by the way, Spike finally ate his peanut butter sandwich. He waited until after we left.
Right, just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We would make sure those are in evidence. Move those in evidence, leave without objection.
That's correct.
They're admitted.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there. And so take a look at that, okay?
He is.
Okay. All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please?
No, I think it was.
And that's a screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021. The next.
No, I think it was. I don't trust that she didn't put something in this peanut butter sandwich. So I'm going to be stubborn and not eat it. And then after we left, he saw it and said, I want that. And she's not here. So I'm going to eat it anyway, even if there is something in it. Because that's how I get him to take his medicine. I just left it there because I knew he'd eventually eat it. And night before last, I gave him a half a peanut butter sandwich, and Travis was like, did you put something in it? I was like, no, I just gave it to him because he's been so sad. And I know I shouldn't give him extra food, especially people food, but he's so sad. I'm just trying to cheer him up. I don't know what else to do. I hate seeing him this sad. He's just so sweet. And he's so upset. He's so sad. So, but yeah, I was worried because that peanut butter sandwich sat there for, I don't know, an hour. No, I can't. I can't because he's very jealous. And see, when we got a Chihuahua, my friend, yeah, I do that too. My friend was moving and she couldn't take her Chihuahua. So she gave him to me. I had him for 4 years. And Spike had attacked my cat previously several times. And I figured, oh, it's a cat. You know, dog, cat, stereotypical cats and dogs don't get along. So I didn't think anything about it bringing a Chihuahua in. And so I brought a Chihuahua in, and he hated that Chihuahua. Oh, that's what I was feeding him this morning. That's what we had for breakfast. We shared scrambled eggs and ham and cheese and potatoes. So this is why I have this giant scar on my hand. Because he bit me. Because I was trying to get the Chihuahua out of his mouth. So, we can't get a puppy. We can't get anything smaller than him. Because he'll just bite it in two. And I don't want to go through that again. So, we're going to have to wait. I think the Chihuahua that I had was very, very sweet. I had a sling I put him in, and he just would lay in there. Although he had to have, because I would put my arm, well, you still can't see. I'd put the sling on and I'd put my arm under the sling like this. and he'd have to stick one paw out because he'd have to have his paw in my hand. So he would hold my hand. And he went everywhere with me. Doctor's appointment. He even went to the ER with me one time. He was with me 24/7. Like for 4 years. And so Travis fell in love with him. He wants another one. I'm just afraid we're going to get one of the yappy, bitchy, mean ones. Because Link was not. He was so sweet. He was the sweetest, quietest Chihuahua I've ever met. But I want one of those Ridgeland Beagles. Purse dog, exactly. That's what he was. He was a purse dog. But I want one of those Ridgeland Beagles that just got rescued from that testing facility. Some of them went to the Big Dog Ranch in Florida. And I want to get on the list to adopt, and Travis won't let me because he doesn't want another big dog. I keep telling him beagles are not big dogs. They're medium-sized dogs. And then Spike will have another, like, get a younger one, like 2, 3, not like, a 10-year-old one that's going to die in a couple years. And then Spike will have a companion. But he says no. How is that even possible? Yeah, they're medium. They're not big dogs. They're medium. I don't want another big dog. It's not a big dog.
Next day?
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right. And what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
All right. And is that the call you just described to this jury?
It is.
The call y'all were talking about Cash the dog and trying to figure out the tail?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, and we'll show you 166. Is that another screenshot
He used
of
to
it?
have a pit bull.
It is.
He was so sweet.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
And it made
That's
him
correct.
breed
8:44 p.m.
That's correct.
to do with the
for
owner.
11 seconds.
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work, though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. We couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped.
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 167. Are these texts that were on your phone?
They are.
And who are those texts between? Who are you trying to text right there down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
All right. It's got a little glare on it. Well, what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
Did you send another text right here?
I did.
What time is that? Can you read it?
9:58 p.m.
What do you say?
Yo.
And when you say yo to Paul, what are you trying to get him to do?
Just trying to get him to call me back or text me back.
So you hadn't gotten that video.
That's correct.
We'll show you what's been marked as 168 states. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Or these are outgoing calls?
They are.
Who are you trying to call?
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m., 9:29 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's that last call?
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
Show you what's been marked as states 170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me.
Yes, sir.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw you had some missed calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we'll show you what's been marked as States 171. Was this also a screenshot or a picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone?
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming in?
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was.
And who asked you?
Grandma.
And that being Miss Brandstetter?
That's correct.
Maggie's mother?
That's correct.
And what did you say?
Told her, yeah, that I talked to Paul about the dog and told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Ellick.
Was he in the room then?
Yes.
Did he stand up and say, no, I wasn't there?
He did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alex Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
Over time, as the months passed following the murder of Paul and Maggie, you were ultimately interviewed by law enforcement and other part of the process and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as time went on and you were asked about who you heard on the phone that night, that call at 8:40, you said, hey, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure.
That's correct.
Told law enforcement the night of, 99% sure, correct?
Say that question again, please.
Told law enforcement the next day, June 8th, that you were 99% sure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As time went on, you said, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure.
That's correct.
In November of 2022,
I recognize
did law
his
enforcement
voice.
ask you to come in and look at a video?
Why don't you recognize his voice?
And did you watch that video?
I did.
And what was on that video?
It was the video. Paul was supposed to take a cash. Cash was on the video.
And did you recognize the voices on there?
I did.
Did you recognize the voices of your second family?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, Mr. Ellick.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
That's correct.
Second for the computer to boot up.
So I'll stay for a moment.
I'm gonna play that video for you, okay?
Okay.
Get that. Quick, Cash.
Hey, he's got a person now.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a kitty.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash. Come here, Bob. Cash. Quick.
That video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alex Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in the gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Nothing further.
Got on your nose. No, they played it one other time.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbars. He could get along with just about anybody.
Is he one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
And did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
Right. And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alec, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alec was like a second dad?
Yes, sir, he was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alec's relationship was, starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. We had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alec's relationship with his son Paul?
Very good relationship. Very good.
Were they close?
They were. Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Alec about it.
And did juries heard some Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using the equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Miss Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time with down at Edisto?
I did.
You and Paul and Ms. Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Ms. Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
When they were down at Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
most
Ms. Maggie, Mr. Alex home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember and I apologize, I'm gonna get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul was in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Did he would people just mouth off to him when he went out in bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened. So I didn't think it was that serious.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would he and Ms. Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster and Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. You remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And then in June, he had moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying in Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down at Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, let me just ask you. Can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles that could be used, anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks. So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, a F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was a F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a newer F-250.
That was a newer F-250. And then there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was F-150?
It was.
And was that Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
And when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir.
On the farm.
Notice he didn't
And
have
no
to
matter
the black
which
truck.
one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there was no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere, just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did he ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure it does too.
And then he would leave guns
I don't wanna
in
know
the
what
workshop, right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then did they keep the workshop locked?
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it's being locked, yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Probably more recent. Yeah, it wasn't locked.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go up on that property and steal stuff?
Probably not around the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible, yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinny sheds, were they?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, in the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
Because John is obsessed with the name Eugene.
I want to
Flynn Rider's real name.
not turn this thing upside down, but you talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is who? Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
M. And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda.
Rider's fault.
And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay. Is it like a crossroads?
It's a veer off.
No.
Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to Embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of Hampton toward Barnville, then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda.
That's correct.
Now, to get to Alameda, and the most direct route, do this right.
John trying to make me laugh.
So, can you see from back there?
I can.
And so this is the main house right here, correct?
That's correct.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left and go down by the shop and the kennels, or you can go straight out the main driveway. Is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's correct.
Okay. You asked a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and did it battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels and you can be, walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage. 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, back up here, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you, tell the jury roughly how long it would take from, in a vehicle, to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, you can do it under 2 minutes.
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds to the house in under a minute.
Okay. You were
My car has a name. My dad named it.
asked about turkey season.
Tweety Bird.
When
It's a yellow musk.
and when it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
How about duck season? When's that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Rabbit season.
And when's the
Duck season.
second season start?
Rabbit season.
Sometime in December.
And when's it end?
End of January.
Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alec be involved, help doing that? But
he would.
And that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
That's required.
Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather, or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay.
But then isn't the duck gonna sink if it falls in the water?
Now, you were asked questions about 300 blackouts, and at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 200-300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party.
That's correct.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And
Oh, that's cool.
whenever, in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope.
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
Just for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
But during the daytime, they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night, they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay. Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Ms. Maggie was saying he got a guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken. Do you remember whose voice that was?
It was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that?
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Alex.
Okay. And who's Bubba?
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Ms. Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alex's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did he cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
Right. 1 second.
Never got into Teletubbies. Thought they were weird.
On this video, you've been around Alec, Maggie, and Paul most all your life. But was there did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Anything further?
You were asked some questions about the sheds being unlocked. Paul ever complained to you that people were up there stealing all kinds of stuff all the time?
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40, was there any problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine? The reception was good.
The call came through, yes.
And the last conversation you had with Paul was he was going to do what if the FaceTime didn't work?
Send me a video.
And he never did.
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
When you're standing, if you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house the other way?
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
And that was a long time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up. Is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alex's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down.
I don't think he understood the question.
We'll take about a 10-minute recess.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Will Loving.
When?
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give according to this trial shall be the truth so help you God?
What got objected to?
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Will Loving, Loving.
Loving, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school, college? What you do for a living?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to high school at AC Flora. I graduated from Georgetown Tech with a forestry degree. Pursued that for a few years. Now I'm working down in Charleston for a marine construction company. That's about what I'm doing now.
What year did you graduate from high school?
Graduated high school in 2015. and I graduated from Georgetown in 2020.
Where are you living these days? Just
I'm
generally.
living in Charleston.
Have you ever, did you ever, over the course of your life, get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
And tell me, when was that, roughly?
I met Paul when I was probably 15 years old down at Edisto. He was probably 13. And, our friendship just met on the beach one day. That's about where I met Paul. But we did pretty much everything together down at the beach whenever I was there and he was there. We'd go hang out on the beach. We'd go on the boat, go fish, or, just hang out.
And when you met him at Edisto, do you know where Paul was staying?
Yes, Paul was staying at his beach house at Edisto.
And over the years, as y'all's friendship developed, did y'all start to hang out more and more outside of Edisto?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. And how old were you when that started to develop more hanging out than just Edisto?
Probably
Yeah, because overruled.
once Paul was later on in high school. So I would have been, 18, 19 years old. We started getting closer. And then, when I was probably 21.
So he asked, do you really know him now? And defense objected. Judge overruled the objection from the defense, which means that he's allowed to answer the question. So he answered the question.
When Paul was 19, we got pretty close.
How old are you now?
I'm 26.
What are some of the things as y'all got pretty close? What would y'all do together aside from hang out at Edisto?
We would hunt and fish, go out, hang out with friends. We went down to the property at Moselle a lot. We'd go to Edisto a lot. Just kind of going wherever, going with the flow. We'd go down for a weekend in Charleston before either one of us, before I was living there. But we lived together in Columbia for a short period of time right before everything happened. But yeah.
Okay. Now you said y'all lived together, so y'all were roommates there for a while before the murders happened?
Yes, sir.
And was it just the two of you in the house, or were others living there as well?
It was just the two of us, and I was kind of just a couch guest, but it kind of turned into a long-term thing.
Gotcha. Were y'all planning on getting an additional place around the time that the murders happened?
Yes, we had already been in contact with a house about to sign a contract on a house, me, him, and another friend from Columbia.
You mentioned that you would go to Moselle a lot, and what would y'all do at Moselle?
I mean, we'd do just about anything, depending on what we were there for. If it was during a certain hunting season, we'd go hunting, or we might just be there hanging out for the weekend, and might be there working. We did a lot of different things while we were
Couch guest, not kiss.
there.
What kind of hunting would y'all do?
We deer hunted, we hog hunted, we duck hunted, we dove hunted, we turkey hunted, pretty much just about everything.
Tell me about the hog hunting. How does that work?
Well, that's what he was getting at, was he committed crimes. Is he really the person you knew him to be? And I think he asked like his coworkers and stuff the same question, and they said no, they didn't really know him. But I think this kid probably doesn't know about the financial crimes. He was Paul's friend. Like, second family, sure. But when you hang out with your friends, even if you are close to their family, you don't know their private stuff. I don't think. So He does think he knows him. He probably doesn't think that he killed Paul and Maggie either. Yeah, I worded it better than Creighton did. Wait, where'd it go? Yeah, what did I say? You knew him then, but did it... I forgot what I said. It was to house... It was couch guest. Yeah, but he was his son's friend. It's not like he was there 24/7 and lived with the family and saw everything. Like, you're not gonna be... You're gonna put on an act when your kids' friends are there. Even if they are, like, second family.
We did it for a certain period of time with some dogs, and that was, you got a pack of dogs that chase them down, and you go up and neutralize them. But then we also did it at night with a thermal scope. It's based off heat vision, heat signals, so you can see them at night, and you had to use the thermal if you were going to do that.
Okay. And when y'all would hunt at night on the Moselle property, how would y'all physically do it? Would you walk around? Would you ride around on a four-wheel, or how would that work?
Most of the time we took a vehicle, whether it be one of the, farm trucks or, some sort of buggy.
You mentioned the thermal scope. What was that thermal scope on? What kind of weapon?
It was on a 300 blackout.
And what color was that 300 blackout?
It was black.
How many 300 blackouts did the family have?
They had two.
And were those the only two you're aware of, or was there a third one?
Those were the only two I was aware of. I had heard something about the third after the fact, but the only two I was aware of was those two.
And what did you heard about the third?
I just heard it got stolen out of Paul's truck at a party.
And was that years ago?
Years ago, yes, sir.
So there was a replacement gun, a third one. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was that gun like?
It was about the same as the black one, except for the color of it. It was tan. It didn't have any kind of sight on it, the first few times I saw it. And but other than that, it was about the same thing, just a different color. It was a tanner color.
And where would that gun typically be located?
I never really saw it move from the gun cabinet room. Most of the time it was in the main house at Moselle in the gun cabinet room.
You mentioned that that particular gun didn't have a sight on it or an optic on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what does that mean? What's the difference between having a scope or a sight and not having? How do you shoot it if it doesn't have one of those?
So you have something called iron sights, which is just it's already attached to the end of the barrel. It just has a little thing that you can see down, but nothing to zoom in your image. It didn't have a sight on it at all. The other one had the thermal sight that you used at night, and this one had no sight on it at all.
At some point, did y'all go get some sort of optic or some sort of sight for it, other than the iron sights?
Yes, sir. We went and bought it's called a red dot sight. It's just got it's not very big. It's about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and it just has a little tube, a little red dot in the center of it. It doesn't zoom in either, but it gives you a little bit better of a look at what you're shooting at, a little bit better than an iron sight.
Is it like a thermal sight in that you can see what you're aiming at night?
No, sir.
So what do you see when you look through the red dot?
You can just see whatever's out in front of you from the naked eye.
And then how's the thermal work?
The thermal works at nighttime. You look and see heat glows up in a different color than black. It glows up in white, so you can see it very easily.
When did you and Paul go buy that red dot sight for that other blackout gun?
It was either in late March or early April. I'm not exactly positive on the date, but we bought it from the Ace Hardware in Hampton.
And when you say early March or late April, what year are we talking about?
2021.
You went with Paul to get that?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do after you got the sight?
We went back to Moselle and we put the sight onto the rifle and sighted it in.
Describe to the jury what you mean when you say you sighted it in.
When you get a scope that's not already sighted in, you have to calibrate it with the barrel of the gun. So you have to go and change certain things on the side or on the top, whether it needs to go up or down or left or right when you're shooting. So that's what we had to do with that one. And it just moves. It doesn't move the dot necessarily inside the scope. It just moves kind of the whole thing, the whole sight.
Before we get to that, I want to ask about the property just a little bit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 303. And ask you to step down with the judge's permission. I want to ask you about a few areas on the property. All right, now, after y'all bought that, well, first of all, where is the residence on this particular image? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Down here at the bottom.
And what are these structures up here right there?
This is what we call a shed or the dog kennels or airplane hanging.
Okay. And can you point out the kennels in that image?
Right on the side up next to the pine trees.
And where are the driveway entrances to the property?
The two in this picture right here they come down to the main house right here, where you can come in up here and come by the kennels and come down and then come down to the main house.
Was it common for everyone to use both of those driveways?
Yes, sir.
Which driveway did you usually use?
I didn't pass one driveway to get to another. Whichever way if I was coming from this way, I'd turn here. If I was coming from this way, I'd turn in there.
And your experience in knowing family, was it common for both to be used?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure right here?
That is the cabin up on the side of the road, just the old cabin.
And was there like a shooting range or a shooting house anywhere?
Yeah, there's a shooting range across the road right here. It's like right in here somewhere, and it goes right next to the pond area. That's just a little fish pond.
And what was the shooting house?
It was just a little wooden, gazebo-looking thing that you sat in and shot at a berm over here.
Was there?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's what he was asking. He was asking, like, you thought you knew him, but did you really know him? Because he had all these secrets. I don't think he's specifically talking about drug behavior. Or physical behavior. Like, I think he meant like secrets.
The location that y'all know the property called the Dovfield.
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It's right here behind this berm of pine trees.
Now, you said back after y'all bought that red dot site that y'all sighted in that the blackout. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Which blackout are you talking about?
The tan one.
The tan one?
The tan one.
And that would have been not the black one, but the tan one, not the one that was missing years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And where did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted it in off the side of the main house. Right here, there's a little thing of steps that comes into the gun room. And we used the railing of the stairs to brace on and shot down into here as they were building a pond right here. So there was a burn. So there was no threat of the bullets going back there.
Yeah. All right. You can have 614, please. When did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted that gun in at the very beginning of April or one of the last couple of days of March of 2021.
All right. And how do you know that it was late March or into April 2021 that you cited in that tan blackout with the red dot optic on it?
Because that same weekend we were out hunting hogs in the dove field with the thermal scope on the black 300 blackout, and we also took the brown 300, the tan 300 blackout, with us with the red dot sight, but it wasn't very usable because you couldn't see what you were shooting at as it was dark. But we used the thermal, and I remember we saw 4 turkeys up in a tree, and we were talking about maybe turkey hunting that morning right there, but I think we scared them when we decided to shoot at the hogs.
So y'all decided to sight in the tan one the next day or thereabouts?
Yeah, it was sighted in the day before, I believe, or the same day, one of the two.
And y'all were standing right outside the gun room in the main residence?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. You recognize this gun?
Yes, sir, that's the black 300 blackout.
All right, and what optic is on this?
The thermal scope.
All right. Is this the gun y'all were sighting in, or was it a different gun that y'all were sighting in standing right outside the gun room in March or April of 2021?
It was a different gun.
It was a different gun.
Yes, sir.
Did it have a different optic on it right here?
Yes, sir, it had the red dot sight on it.
It had the red dot. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's 175. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
This is the stairs that lead up into the door that go into the gun room on the main house.
Okay. And was that where you were sighting in that tan blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one you just looked at?
Correct, yes, sir.
And what's through that door right there?
The gun room into the game room.
Okay. All right, and describe, you said you were using the railing to brace it. What do you mean by that?
We were using this right side of this right side if you're coming down the stairs railing, because we're both right-handed, and you can brace up against it to make sure you're steady when you shoot at the target.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 176, and do you generally recognize that image?
Yes, the bottom of the brick below the stairs on the side door.
And was that where y'all, in the general location of where y'all were sighting in that third blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
In March or April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177 States. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what area is that, please?
That is the flower bed right next to the stairs going up.
Okay. Is that in the same general area where y'all were sighting in that blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
State's 179. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the bricks at the stairs again.
Okay. Same area where y'all were firing that?
Yes, sir.
State's 180. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flower bed next to the stairs.
Okay. Same general area where y'all were sighting in that other blackout?
Yes, sir.
It's not the one I showed you?
No, sir.
It's not the one I showed you?
Oh,
correct?
yeah. No, sir.
State's 181. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the bricks at the bottom of the stairs. Same area.
Same area?
Yes, sir.
State's 183.
Yep. Again, it's the bottom of the stairs, same area that we were standing in.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's 184. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the little gazebo type thing at the shooting range that you sit in to shoot your rifle or whatever you're shooting.
After that time in March or April of 2021, which you remember because it was turkey season, correct?
Correct.
When was the next time that you saw that tan blackout that had the red dot?
I do not recall seeing it again after we used it that night.
The black blackout, was that gun frequently with Paul?
Yes, sir. If he was at Moselle, a lot of the times we had it with us. Yes, sir.
All right, and where would you have it?
In the back seat of the truck most of the time. If we were, riding around late or coming home from somewhere late, just to, check something. Go look for a hog or something.
Did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
Yeah, he had his Super Black Eagle 3 Benelli shotgun.
And can you describe it any further? What did it look like? How was it colored?
It was camouflage and sort of like a cryptic, like bluish purple camouflage. Not real sure of the name of it, but it was more of a distinctive color camouflage.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States 89. You recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
Okay, which gun is that?
I'm not sure whose gun that is, but it was used for turkey hunting.
Okay. You recognize that as one of the guns that was in the gun room at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 4 into evidence. Let's see if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. It's the camouflage Benelli.
All right. And which one is that?
Paul's shotgun.
Okay. And how can you tell the difference between the two camo ones? How do you know this one's Paul's?
It just has a distinctive camo pattern on it. They did have two of these shotguns that were the exact same.
But this is the one you recognize as Paul's, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 300 blackout round, is it a fairly loud round when it goes off?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gunshot, so it's pretty loud. But it's not extremely louder than any other gun.
Is it louder than a shotgun?
It's probably a little bit louder than a shotgun, yes.
Did you ever have any conversation with Paul about getting a suppressor for that 300 blackout?
Yeah, I asked him why I didn't get one, and he said that when you put a suppressor on a gun like that, it decreases how far you can shoot and makes your accuracy go down. So the gun that we already had with the night vision was already not a very long distance gun, so he didn't want to put a suppressor on it.
The up at the kennels, up at the shed area, was it common for firearms to be up there?
They were up there from time to time, but I don't think there were really any kept up there, no, sir.
On June 7th, 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Paul or communication with him?
Yes, I talked to him around dinner time. I was cooking dinner in the apartment that we were staying in. And he called me about wanting to get a hot tub for the house that we were about to move into. And then he sent me a Snapchat a little bit after that, and that was the last time I heard from him.
What was the Snapchat of?
It was of him and his dad looking at the trees and stuff that they had planted. They had one swoop down that obviously wasn't doing too good, but it was just a video of them looking at trees.
And you watched that video on your phone or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Over the years, as you got to know Paul, did you also get to know his family as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you get to know Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir, I did.
To your knowledge, did Miss Maggie like to go down to the kennels?
Yes, she did.
And how would she get down there? Do you know?
Sometimes she would use her bike or her car or walk. She liked to walk. There are 2 labs around a lot around the property. So it was not uncommon for her to go down there.
And what would she like to do when she went down there?
She would go down and look at the dogs and mess with the dogs. A lot of times she liked to ride her bike, right before it got dark, on a sunset or something. But she was a dog lover for sure.
Would she go in the daytime or would she go at night when it was dark?
I only saw her go during the daytime most of the time. I mean, she might be down there once it got dark, but I don't think she would go down there after dark.
Ask a little bit about Paul. What was his cell phone usage like?
He used his cell phone a lot.
So he wanted to respond to you pretty quickly, typically?
Yes, sir. He would respond pretty fast.
You know where he kept it when he had it on him? What pocket he kept it in?
No, I do not. I know he kept it in one of his front pockets. I would have remembered if he kept it in his back pockets, but I don't know which one it was.
Were you how'd you find out about the murders?
I was called numerous times in the middle of the night. I finally woke up to one around midnight. I think it was 12:07 if I remember right. And it was a cousin of Paul's, and she told me about everything. And I was in the apartment at the time, and nobody really knew what was going on, so I got out of the apartment pretty quick. Drove to my parents' house, talked with them for a minute, and we had some friends that were all awake in Charleston, so I drove straight down to Charleston in the middle of the night.
Did you ever go to Moselle in the aftermath of everything?
Yes, sir. I believe I went on that previous Wednesday and saw the family.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec?
I did.
Did you talk to him about any conversations that you had with Paul that night?
No, I didn't. We mostly just grieved.
Did you ask him about what he was doing that night or what happened or the events of that night at all?
No, I did not.
Were you aware of what's called the boat wreck or the boat case?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Whenever Paul, did you ever talk to Paul about the boat case?
Not much. I didn't want to bring up something like that.
You mentioned that the family had an Edisto Beach house. Is that right?
That's correct.
At the Moselle property?
That's correct.
Did they have another property at one point in time?
Yes, they did. They had their house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
Yes, they did.
What was your understanding as to why they sold that property?
You can answer if you know.
It was just through the grapevine to help pay for some of the lawsuits that they were under.
The objection is sustained.
You say through the grapevine. Did you ever have a conversation or were privy to a conversation with Alec about that?
No, sir.
When you did you have a conversation or were you privy to a conversation with Paul about that?
We talked about the house being sold, but I don't believe he ever told me that that's what it was for.
Going back to the 300 blackout, what was the sort of effective range of that weapon?
From what I was told from Paul, it was around 50 to 75 yards. It was accurate up to.
Did that have anything to do with discussion about why not to put a suppressor on it?
Yes, it did.
When y'all were shooting that tan blackout 300 blackout rifle with the red dot optic on the side of the house in Moselle in March or April of 2021, who was doing most of the shooting of it?
Paul was.
Did Paul express to you any dissatisfaction with that tan one in the optic?
No, he did not.
Did y'all discuss any frustration, though, with it being unusable for turkey shooting because of the optic that was on it?
For hog hunting?
For hog hunting, sorry.
No, not really. We kind of knew that when we took it with us that it was kind of pointless, but we just took it with us anyway.
The red dot was pointless?
Yes, sir.
For night shooting?
For night hunting, yes, sir.
You said you were present when they purchased the red dot, is that right?
Yes, sir, I was.
Purchased the red dot?
Yes, sir.
Who paid for the red dot?
It was put on a store credit that was his father's.
That was his father's?
Yes, sir.
Whenever Paul needed money, who would you get that from?
He would normally text his dad.
When you talked a little bit about Paul's habits, and you guys had an apartment in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul like to go to Charleston a lot?
He did.
He liked to go to Moselle a lot?
He did.
Did he spend time in a lot of different places?
Yeah, he was all over.
He was all over.
Yes, sir.
Happened to be back in Moselle on June 7th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. One last thing. Have you had the opportunity to view a video at the kennels at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I have.
And were you able to recognize any voices on that video?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 297 for this witness.
Get down. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come on. Hey, he got burgers now. Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken.
I love the way he says that. It's a chicken.
voices did you recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect he's identified the
Well, a
defendant.
guinea and a chicken are both poultry.
Mr. Levin, please answer any questions the defense may have.
They were deciding what kind of poultry it was. I don't know the difference. I didn't even know what a guinea was before this trial. And I still
Good
don't know
afternoon,
what
Will.
a guinea is.
How you doing?
Good. It's a hard day, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I know
You,
it's the type of
you mentioned about a Snapchat video that you received on sometime in the evening of June the 7th. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't. It was later in the afternoon, somewhere around like 7 o'clock-ish in that area.
And what was it of?
It was Alex and his son Paul. They were riding around looking at trees that they had built and, laughing,
Trees they
having a good
built?
time.
Everything. So
Trees
he
built.
posted it on, I don't have Snapchat. Maybe most people here have Snapchat, but tell us a little bit about what that is.
Snapchat's an app on a smartphone that you can send pictures and videos to your friends. You can save pictures and videos. But it's just an app that most young people use.
And it's a way to share videos.
Correct. Yes, sir.
My kids have it, but are the videos supposed to disappear after some period of time?
Yeah, they have a limit on them. You can either send it'll play over and over and over again until somebody clicks off of it, or you can go up to like from 1 to 10 seconds. But you can also save a Snapchat if you want to look at later.
And is it like Facebook? You have friends that want to, be in your circle of Snapchat? Is that how
Yes,
that
sir.
works? And did Paul have a lot of Snapchat? They call friends on Snapchat?
Yes, sir, he did.
And would he frequently post things on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
And would he frequently post things, events like he did on the evening of June the 7th when he and his father were out, messing around with a tree?
Yes, sir, he would.
And would he post stuff with his family events?
Yes, sir, he would.
Okay. And the Snapchat when he would post it, would it go to everybody who's in his, I guess, group?
Yeah, you have to send it to certain people. He wouldn't necessarily put stuff. They have what's called a story that everybody that you're friends with can see. He wouldn't necessarily always put stuff on his story, but he would send stuff to whoever he wanted to.
I think we're going to learn more about Snapchat, but let me ask you, when Paul would post on Snapchat, could people see where he was posting from? Did he have his location services activated?
I don't think he kept his location on. Sometimes they have filters and stuff that show you different areas where you are. But I don't think he kept his Snapchat location on.
Well, when he posted the video of he and his dad at Moselle, could you tell that he was at Moselle?
Yes, I could tell he was at Moselle just from being there, but maybe somebody who doesn't know the property wouldn't know.
All right. You were asked questions about the last time. Well, you were with Paul, and getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So you and Paul were good friends, and Paul was friends with your friend group out of Columbia. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And then y'all would sort of migrate to Charleston, and some of the Columbia folks went to Charleston, and y'all would visit down there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I guess originally you all met at Edisto with family homes and vacationing, and right?
Yeah, that's where everybody met until everybody went to college, and then everybody just kind of meets up.
And And sometimes Paul would come to Columbia and stay with you?
Correct.
And you had another friend, Wills Chapman, that he would stay with Wills?
Correct.
Okay. And, I mean, Paul, like, left a 300 blackout at your house for some period of time, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
How long did Paul leave a 300 blackout at your home?
Probably a month or so at least.
Okay. And I think when Wills Chapman moved to Charleston, what did he find in his closet?
He found Paul's deer hunting rifle.
That Paul had left there?
Yes, sir.
And Paul had thought he had lost his deer hunting rifle.
Correct.
And lo and behold, it was at Wills Chapman's house, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, was that unusual for Paul to leave stuff everywhere?
No, not at all.
And so he was, would he leave guns around the farm?
Yeah, he would every now and again.
We'd leave them, say, in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
And we leave them in unlocked trucks.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the kennels, but what about in the workshop, the shed? We leave guns down there.
That's where I was, referring to. You'd see them down there sometimes, but I don't think there was ever guns permanently down there. No, sir.
Okay. And when he left the 300 blackout in Columbia, was it the one that Mr.
Purple chicken, y'all. Look at that. That one's blue. Go to my YouTube page and click on community.
Mr. Waters showed you the black one with the thermal scope?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you learned at some point in time that he got there was a replacement for one he had previously lost?
Yes, I did. I didn't even know that it was a replacement. Like I said, I didn't know about the original one. I just remember seeing the brown one.
Cute.
And that brown one did not have a scope, right?
No, sir, it didn't until we bought one.
And you went with Paul to Ace Hardware Store and purchased a scope and a mount for it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you purchased the scope and the mount, was it the weekend that you were talking about where the last time you used it?
I'm not sure if it was that weekend or maybe the next weekend, but they were both pretty close together.
Okay, but you were there when he purchased the scope and the mount?
Correct.
And you went, did you go back to Moselle and put it on the gun?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you use the gun that weekend or waited till the following weekend?
I'm not 100% sure if we used it that weekend or if it was the following weekend. I know we sighted it in that day that we bought the scope for it.
So that was the day when you were shooting off the railing beside the gun room?
Correct.
The day you bought the scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and it's possible you hunted with it that weekend, but if not, it was the following weekend?
Yes, sir.
And had you ever seen that gun again after that weekend or the following weekend, whichever it was?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. And would you be able to more accurately provide, know when it was? I think you said late March, early April. If you saw the receipt from the purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 62 and ask you First, do you recognize Paul's signature on that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
You know that to be his signature?
Yes, sir.
And does that reference the purchase of red dot scope and the mount?
Yes, it does.
And that's from Ace Hardware?
Yes, sir.
And were you there with Paul when he bought it?
I was.
Your Honor, we will introduce Exhibit 62 in evidence at this time.
A different one than the one you just handed him that you said.
It's the same one.
It's already in evidence. It's just marked for identification, or is it in evidence already?
I'm moving in that evidence right now. Thank you. Will you tell the jury what the date of that is?
It is March the 6th.
Okay.
2021.
And Your Honor, I have a calendar here that says March 6th, 2021 is a Saturday, and I would just like the court to take judicial notice that March 6th, 2021 is a Saturday. No objection. Thank you. So knowing that it was purchased on March 6th, 2021, a Saturday, does that help you reflect, remember when you last used the gun?
Yeah. So that was a Saturday. So we would have cited it in that Saturday. And I do remember using the gun. It was the first week of turkey season because we were going turkey hunting the next morning, which would have been either March 20th or March 22nd. I can't remember what it was 2 years ago with the opening day of the season. So it would have been 3 weeks after we cited it in.
Okay. So you cited it on March 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take that back. When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe.
I thought he was going to say me, myself, and I.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by awesome?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Okay. And from your observation, you tell the jury what you observed of Alex's relationship with Maggie.
I thought they had an awesome relationship as well, from everything that I could see. You know, they were always laughing and everybody got along. You know, nothing was out of the ordinary at all.
Did Maggie and Alec open their home up to Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did.
How many people stayed at the Edisto Beach House that Memorial Day weekend?
I'm not 100% positive, but at least 3 or 4 friends.
Okay, and where'd y'all stay?
All in the bedrooms. I think somebody might have been on the couch on the porch outside. Maybe the couch inside as well.
Okay. And was Buster there?
I believe Buster was there, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did he have any of his friends there?
Yet again, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that when you got a phone call from Paul's cousin, I believe, after midnight on June 7th, so early morning, June the 8th, you learned what happened, and your immediate reaction was to hightail it out of there?
Yes, sir.
And were you fearful for your safety?
At first I wasn't, and then I was calling back other friends, and you know, people started telling me to get out of there. So then I started second guessing myself, and yeah, then I got out of there.
And when you left, I mean, did you even lock it up when you left?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Exhibit 61, and it's a disc. And before you testify today, do you have an opportunity to view that very short video clip on the disc?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you? Are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, sir, they are my initials.
And is it a short video of the Memorial Day weekend when you were down at Edisto with Paul and your friends and Maggie and Alec?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it sort of a birthday celebration for Alec?
It was a birthday celebration for Alex.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce Exhibit 61 in evidence and play the video.
Admitted without objection.
Can you just play it without the sound?
Yeah, I sure can.
We're just gonna play it without the sound, but you've seen the video?
Yes, sir.
Are people singing happy birthday to Alec?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
I was just thinking about it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
For some reason, I was just thinking about him. I hadn't heard about any Friday Night Frenzies lately. Has he quit streaming? Why?
Thank y'all so much. Hey. Thank you, baby.
On the Wednesday after Paul and Maggie were murdered, you went to Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
With some friends of yours?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the friends of Paul's?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I think 3 of us went.
And how many other people were there, friends of Paul's?
There was a lot of friends of Paul's there.
More than 10?
On Wednesday, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people were kind of trying to feel out the situation. So just like the closer friends went, but there was probably 10 or so of his friends there when I was there.
And what was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on the Wednesday?
He was grieving, crying a lot. I think we all were.
I think you described that he just couldn't talk. You remember that happening?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to talk when, he came and grabbed me and 2 other guys, and we just kind of had a big hug, and it was pretty tough for him to make words.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Were you crying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody there crying?
Yes, sir.
He'll be okay.
Before you do that, go back to your video if you would, please. Can y'all turn that screen around for me, please? Still at the very end, please. Of that video.
Thank you, baby.
Who's that guy in the green shirt? Do you know?
That's Chris Wilson.
Do you know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends. Best friends should do each other right. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about when you found out about the murders and you talked to some people and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not? In themselves. Is that correct?
I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with his family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shown the Snapchat video. You were also asked about another Snapchat video that you saw the day of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And what was on that video?
It was a video of Alex and his son riding around looking at trees that had fallen over on the tractor or on the golf cart.
Was it a short clip?
Yes, sir, it was.
I have State's Exhibit 306, which is a Snapchat video, I believe, in without projection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Thanks. Flip back over, I'm going to play that tree video. About what time do you recall receiving this video, to the best of your recollection?
It was later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, so probably around 7 o'clock, sometime in there.
That video you saw?
Yes, it is.
That was on the afternoon or the evening of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Clothes that he was wearing, at least in that video you saw on the evening of June 7th, 2021?
Yeah, those are the clothes I saw in the video.
Long pants and a shirt?
Yep. Yes, sir.
In those particular shoes?
Yes, sir.
And you watched that video in real time when it came in from Paul's phone that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about
Object.
Yeah.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June
The line
7th,
of
2021
questioning
about
is
$792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection, Your Honor.
He asked
Totally improper.
finances, and it covered that whole thing. Finances and umbrella term.
No, I did not.
And he said
Do you know
no.
any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
No, sir.
Creighton.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Kids don't know anything about their friends' parents' finances. Oh, I guess he figured he wasn't gonna get stuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. We'll
Did you
see you
really
at
know
9:30
it?
tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Was he in a bulletproof vest? Was that Alec? Oh, well, I don't know.
And it's important to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was
To get in so that person can make a flight.
Reason, the gist of it, if you can think of any reason.
Please be seated.
Yikes.
Good morning. First, I want to address the ruling yesterday overruling the objection by the defense to the state's questioning of the witness on redirect as to whether he was aware of certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh or Murdaugh Duck. In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Griffin, the witness was asked whether he could think of any reason, the gist of it, if he can think of any reason possible why Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing, that in effect turned the cross-examination of that witness from dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness for Mr. Murdaugh. Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence that was adduced from that witness. In the court's view, that opened the door for the state to respond by asking questions, as the state did. Hence, the court overruled the objections. In addition to all of that, the objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties early in the trial, that objection should be made and the legal basis stated. An objection of totally inappropriate is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection. That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue as to those questions yesterday. And that character type evidence was not only sought by from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving? But also Mr. Loving. And none of that really implicated Rule 404, 404B. One, it opened the door. Two, it's 404A type reputation questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules. And thirdly, it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense. The defense in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening statement throughout. In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case was a reason for the murders to have occurred. And by the defense inquiring of the witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. That's the basis for the court's ruling as to opening the door, introducing the boating case, and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues. And those issues will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go prior to addressing any other.
Well, first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We're planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
Yeah, well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as it relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to show propensity to commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, I'll address it later regarding res gestae, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan. Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly, or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic and occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime. This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County, in which the res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including evidence of commission of an earlier crime, the test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion on the res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving its immediate context or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court held that did not require a 403 analysis. Because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res gestae, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible, provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial. And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record for purposes. As to your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site.
yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536 F3rd 306.
F3rd, yes.
Yes, sir. And it's important to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was charged with. First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud, and that's a specific federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further, the indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And under federal rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, it's simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh, murdered Mr. Paul Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes. There's no scheme and artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court clearly stated that we have not reached any determination on 404, that the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The voting case, as you introduced through the witness, and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine the scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Yes, sir. Hearing outside the presence of the jury on their proposed 404B evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I can save all the arguments from them. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said a witness, whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera hearing, where we need to dismiss the jury for whatever period of time that might be. We can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Like I say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seconder from the law firm. If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right.
What are we doing? Debbie's impatient and doesn't like to wait.
Ready to proceed with the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Welcome back. Day number 9. State's case, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
Please take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
Please call. Good morning, Ms. Galore. Where do you work?
Morning. I work for Snap Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead. So I assist with and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process. Sure. Our team responds to legal process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
Correct.
All right. And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
And in the normal course of this business, does Snapchat keep records if the user so chooses?
Yes.
What kind of records does Snapchat keep?
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation, depending on the settings of the user.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
Yeah.
I do. Yes.
And what are you holding?
The paper here is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right. And that was a search warrant from SLED?
Yes,
that Snapchat responded to?
correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of paper, correct?
Yes,
And is that also located on the CD and the digital records?
yes, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, state would move these into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
I'm gonna hand you back states 304. And you indicated that was subscriber information, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you read for the jury the subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided in response to the search warrant?
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. The account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. There's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case, it doesn't seem to be. Phone number listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh, and the status is active.
Okay. And when somebody uses a telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay. And what about the email? Is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 306. This is already in evidence. And I believe this is a CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, I have.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay. And did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine when that video was first uploaded and first sent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about the upload. Was it uploaded to something called Memories?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is Memories? What does that function with Snapchat?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memories so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of like saying something in the cloud?
Correct, yes, it'll be on the server.
All right. And in reviewing these records, did you determine when this account uploaded that particular video to Memories?
Yes, this video was first seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours Eastern.
And does Snapchat also keep a record when an individual sends out a communication?
Yes.
And did you determine, reviewing the records, whether, that account sent out that particular video?
Yes, it was sent on the same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern time.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306 and see if you recognize it. And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get the get on the screen? My apologies. Oops. Okay. What's going on now? Try it again. Sorry about that. Can you see the what's on your screen right now?
Yes.
All right. And I'm gonna play that one more time. Okay. And do you recognize that video, man?
Yes, I do.
All right. And is that video the video we just discussed that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes,
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
yes.
No further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can we pull up the Snapchat video, just have it frozen on a screenshot?
Is today the day? Cool. Yay. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
I think it's plugged into this computer. That's good. So this is what, or part of what Snapchat gave to the state on July 6th, is that of 2021? Is that correct?
Correct.
So the state had this on July 6, 2021, in the state's possession,
I believe so, yes.
this information. And you testified that this was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. on the 7th of June, correct?
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the production.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if someone were to right-click on this video file and you know, where it has various metadata that pops up on the screen, would we see a media created date?
I don't know.
Well,
I wouldn't know.
let's see if we would. Court's indulgence for a moment. Can you see on the screen the metadata for this file?
Yes.
And does it say June the 7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And so this was shot basically a minute before it was uploaded, is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, you know, every minute and every second, you know, can matter. Does Snapchat keep a list of, and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No.
And why was that list not produced?
It wasn't requested in this case.
You mentioned earlier geolocation data. Was that produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
Is it possible for, I don't know how it works, for some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
Yes, if his settings were, if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was, that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
Was that requested?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
By the state.
No, no, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Step down. Yes, sir.
The state's next witness would be Jeannie Seconder.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence. I do not know exactly how long it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you through the after you speak for the bailiff, we're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now, you all have lunch coming at what time? Nobody knows. 1 o'clock, 1:15. All right. Well, we won't need you before lunch. So if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
Why? You know why they have to. They're not allowed to know everything. And then they're given an instruction by the judge that not to take it into account, that we have to talk about things outside your presence.
See.
Right. You're in the state we call Jeannie Seconder.
Oh. Well, that was just because Brooks was being a jerk. Is this the beginning of the 404B hearing?
You have done the testimony you have to give a court in this trial to give the truth to help you out. Next, and to take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Yes, it is. I recognize her voice.
Seconder, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
Anybody
Let me
that watches
fix the Selma real
RA is
quick.
good too.
You understand we're here right now outside the presence of the jury for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of your testimony.
I do.
And just very quickly, if you would, give us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I wouldn't in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay. I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMPED, which is Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
Okay, and that's for whom?
For Peters Murdaugh Parker, Elstroth and Dietrich.
Right, so that's PMPED?
Correct.
And that's the law firm that Alex Murdaugh used to work for?
Correct.
Is that have a different name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
All right. So just very quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties as it existed for PMPED back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my financial duties are, actually I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes. Also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed, and anything HR related.
I want to ask you a little bit about the financial structure of how PMPED works, if I could. And if you could explain that a little bit. People often think of lawyers as partners, but are they called partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
And explain to me how, if you're let's just call them quote partner, if you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021 and prior?
So every partner received a base salary that they would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
Right. But that distribution would not take place until when?
Usually the last week of December.
Yes, sir.
Waters, there's a strike. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back a second, Joe, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again, explain to the court how that worked. How are partners, and we're going to call them loosely that term, how are they compensated?
Okay. Partners are employed salaries who are paid a biweekly paycheck throughout the year with a base salary of $125,000. And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year, that divided up the remaining profits of the firm based upon the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation at the end of the year after all overhead is paid.
Correct.
Is there also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead, and once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right. So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead, just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, et cetera.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for the 7.5% that as well, correct?
That's right.
All right. And then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes.
And when does that take place?
The last week of the year, generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
So basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C Corp entity. So that the objective is to get it out to the partners and avoid double taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need to budget.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 310 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the employment agreement each shareholder/partner would have signed.
Okay. And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell the court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
And then number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
Okay. Now tell me what that means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPD.
All right. And so if a lawyer earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No,
Is that a hard rule to understand?
no,
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
no,
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm.
that's
correct?
right.
If you get the money written straight to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah.
That would be stealing it.
Stealing. Please, could y'all turn the screen to me? All right. So. Is that better? Can you see that in the seconder?
Yes,
All right. So 2 and 3 are the provisions you were just referring to.
that's correct.
Tell me just a little bit of your observation. How long have you known Alex Murdaugh? Let me ask you that.
I've known Alex since I was in high school, so roughly 40 years,
And how long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
about 23, 24 years since 1999.
And did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's, or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case, is it your understanding that Paul Murdaugh was charged?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Alex Murdaugh was civilly sued?
Yes,
And there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were murdered?
that's correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and Alec ever have any discussions about structuring fees?
We did in late May of 2021. Right about the end of the month, we had some discussions about Hirschberger. A disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement. And the conversation was that he had done it improperly, because to structure fees properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the insured structured annuity place. And we would need to be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, Alec had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that it would not be any tax benefit to him. And at that point in time, he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it. And he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the future.
Okay. Did he say he was trying to do a favor for anyone too?
He did say he was friends with Michael Gunn, and who is the owner of, or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to try to put up to about $250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
Right, when you say forged, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company that does structured annuities, Forge Consulting.
All right, let's call it Forged Consulting.
Okay, Forge
Trying to do that.
Consulting.
All right, tell
Yeah.
me about Forged Consulting and what they are.
They're a company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys. They do some wealth management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now. They provide a lot of financial tools.
Now, when you say that you had a conversation with him about him supposedly structuring fees, how did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries or my assistant brought to me that had been brought to her attention by Alex secretary or paralegal Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with Alec about this.
Okay. And so had the money already been paid?
Yes.
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
Yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name, structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity, Forge
Yes.
Consulting.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 311 and see if you recognize that series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
Creighton
Yes, these are the Hirschberger
him on the financial
settlement
crime
documents,
too?
which is the case that we're talking about, with the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay. And are there 1 or 2 in there ultimately?
There are ultimately 2. There's one that's structured to look like fee, and then the other one was structured to look like it was client's money that was being sent on the client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of?
Yeah, she got suspicious. She's the one that figured out what was going on. But did Creighton, because Creighton knows an awful lot about this, was he the one that prosecuted him on the financial crimes too? I don't know. Or is that even a thing? Like, could he prosecute on both? Did he plead guilty on that? I don't remember. My brain is broken, y'all. It doesn't work right anymore.
Of at the time.
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
I have to break up with ChatGPT.
At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alec was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated?
Right. We were not thinking about him misappropriating funds or stealing any client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust, or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
When you say we were concerned, who's concerned?
Myself and some of the partners.
Why are y'all concerned about him potentially trying to put money in a structure or in Maggie's name because of the boat case?
Well, because that would be wrong, and we did not want any part of that.
Let me put this up on the screen real quick. All right. Do you recognize this document right here?
Excuse me. Yes, that's the document that is in question with the $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right. And right there, tell me what this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers, and we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third, and our expenses of $9,300. The Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off, and then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
And what is this line right here?
That would represent the fee.
At this point in time, had you actually seen the check that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
So fees come in from somebody who pays a settlement, where do they go initially? What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Fees go in there?
Yes.
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
It goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client.
And then the portion of that is allocated for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
To the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Ford's Consulting or anything like
No.
that. After you had that conversation at Alec, did you follow up at that time? Did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had a couple of conversations about it in relation to some other, when we were having some other conversations, but we didn't really readdress this again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put it on the back burner?
I did. I was, at that point, it had been done and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books, and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to see, to put in my mind later to see if anything else had been done like that, or to see if he was going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alex Murdaugh's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was, please.
So on, this was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and said that she had something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is itself is odd generally.
Why is that odd? Why did Annette call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the, the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Have a nice day.
Vicki informed Annette of that.
All right. So why is that a concern to you that now you're hearing the fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPD, or he's received a check payable to him.
All right. And when you were considering the possibility that he perhaps received a check payable to him, aside from that being stealing, as you earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the vote rack.
Hide money from both ends. Right. All right. Stand by for me.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, I'm surprised he got away with it for so long. But yeah, eventually that kind of stuff.
Show you what's been marked as, for the purposes of this hearing, as Exhibit 312, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the expense check that we received in the Ferris matter.
Okay. And
From Wilson Law Group.
just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what's in that packet.
The rest of the packet is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check. Then the rest of it, the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
Okay, keep going.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. That looks like, it actually looks to me like Alex initials. And then it says Bank of America.
Is there a series of emails after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicki Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
All right, let me put those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing. All right. So this is email, and Annette Griswold, explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of Alex's primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses and no fee?
All right. All right. And what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's informing you that Chris Wilson's office says they already got the fees.
Correct.
All right. All right. After that, did you have a conversation with Annette what to do?
I did. I actually talked with Lee Cope. We went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting, ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble. So Lee and I decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email to Annette requesting the disbursement, the supporting documents, and the general ledger printout for Chris Wilson's office, which is what we keep in our office.
All right. And if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is.
All right. What's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right. And so then what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So apparently Vicki in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation. So on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicki what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets, expenses, supporting docs, and ledger.
All right. And you're included on that email?
I am CC'd, yes.
Okay. All right. Did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
Vicki responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that was on the 2nd. The next day, Alec came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it anytime.
Okay. And did y'all discuss anything further when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to get it. At that point, I didn't indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
And that was on what day?
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
Okay. All right. On June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
Just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And how much were these fees supposed to be? Did you know?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point, the firm had not received those fees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was, to your knowledge, was an inquiry made to Chris Wilson at that time?
Lee Cope, we had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
All right. So tell me about June 7th. How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from Alec if we had their information. I went upstairs to his office is on the second floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. He turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from Alec, from just kind of frustrated with me look, which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's go in your office." So we went in the office and closed the door. And at that point, I told him that I had reason to believe that he had received the funds himself and that I needed proof that he had not.
Received those fees himself?
Yes.
And I needed proof that there or not?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it. And at that point, I said, I'm just trying to do my job. And if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that and again said that that money was there and that he again was trying to decide what he was going to be doing with it.
And did y'all get to conclude that conversation or did something interrupt?
We did not. He took a phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the hospital, that he was going to be terminal, that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business and I immediately asked about him and his family and his dad. And, we got talking as friends at that point, concern over the family. And after that, I shortly left. So it briefed and cut down the conversation.
All right, you come in there asking for proof where that money was because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation later in the day with Ellen?
I did. Around 4:00, my phone rang, and I remember that because I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4:00, my office extension rang. And at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he had asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But I was surprised that he was in the building working on it.
And why was that?
I just thought he was leaving a deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
Is that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them, but I did not get confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you shocked by that?
Yes.
Scared?
Yes.
Worried?
Yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody. Yes, especially Alec.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did. We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around to it, Lee and Mark Ball and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted. Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing that we thought was really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly, but Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right. ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
From Alec.
And what is that the email up on the screen that you're talking about right now?
It is.
All right. And we see 600,000 for Andrew Ferris and 192 for Denise. Explain that breakdown, if you would, please.
So there's two parties in this case, and apparently there was two recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was $600,000, and Denise's was $192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No.
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
Yes.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
So tired coughing.
Yes.
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
That would have been in September, after we found some other misappropriations and we had confronted Alec and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look and make sure that he had not tried to already defer something else that we had missed. And at that point, I decided to print a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as I did that, I started printing all the documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alex Murdaugh's signature. And everyone that came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex signatures on the back of these checks.
Right. And just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account?
Yes.
And they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement and the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like Alex signature.
Okay. All right. And so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America. And Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had, and he verified that Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right. Around this time, did Annette bring you anything, and that this is all going on?
Yes. So this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313, states for purposes of this hearing. Do you recognize that?
That's the check.
This is the actual check that was found, is that right?
That's correct.
Hold on for me real quick. It's got an endorsement on the back. Let me ask you this, you've worked with Alex Murdaugh for how long?
23 years roughly.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes.
Can you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
That's his signature and
Is his
handwriting.
writing?
What are copies of these various exhibits for the court?
Yes, sir. And Your Honor, if you'll just give me 1 second, I'll hand the exhibits we're talking about up to the court as well. But up on the screen, is this the check?
Yes. Yes.
And then on the back, whose writing is that?
Alex. Once you started printing out all those forged ones that had Alex writing on it at Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America? Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given?
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in and showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec.
And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Okay. Did he ask for a leave of absence?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
After the decision was made to resign, was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do and announce it the first of the week.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes.
Is that Labor Day weekend?
Yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Alec?
The next thing I heard about Alec was I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
Nobody knew what to think. A lot of thoughts went through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger? that was going to get more of us in trouble and just fear.
All right. As the months went on after that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information and going through all of our stuff to figure out what else we had missed or what else had occurred.
You've already described the checks to the Forge account at Bank of America, which was a fake Forge account. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was there another manner in which Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And generally explain how those were working.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if they were going to be held for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the roadside shooting, when we were going stuff in Alex's office, we actually found Forge, our Alexander Murdaugh, doing business with Forge bank statements in his office.
Okay, so you found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
Our Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge.
Okay. I'm gonna get a document marked if I could real quick.
No wonder this was so cheap. It's a piece of crap.
The client trust account checks, what color are they?
Green.
All right, and the operating checks, are they a different color?
Blue.
Your Honor, 314 for this hearing, this will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 314 for this hearing and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the Forge payment method.
All right. And by the Forge payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to Forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right. And again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart and keeping these records. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes of a particular category?
This is just for purposes of this particular category.
And what category is that again?
Forge.
All right. All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen. And just real quick, if you could just go across and tell me what the various categories represent, please.
Excuse me. The categories, if you see the column with category Forge payment, those would be where checks were actually written to Forge as if those were the beneficiary's proceeds that were being sent for a structured annuity.
Okay.
The next line where it says Barrett Boulware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Boulware from Southern Fidelity Insurance. And Alec actually endorsed that check. He had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
All right.
If you keep going down, the majority of these are Forge payment. if you get to Dion Martin, the first line says fake.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going across though, we've got the client, we've got the civil action number, we've got the category that you were just describing. We got the date the trust was funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And the date the trust was funded, what is that category refer to?
That refers to when we found out and did the deep dive into exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these, put money in client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
So the firm had to pay the money back that you've determined in each one of these cases that Alex Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
What's the total amount on this sheet?
$2,841,512.55.
And again, does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
Wait a minute. The retrial is set for June 29th, or the hearing is set for June 29th? Oh, pre-trial hearing.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio? Come to take his stand home! Come, Rabbi! To take his stand home! To take his stand home!
So that the first pre-trial hearing? Poot said it's gonna be like I think the prosecution said they were ready to go, but Poot said it's gonna be like next, not this fall, but next fall at the earliest. And what did you say, Judy? About I just lost my train of thought. Oh, about the people that bought Moselle. That they found something. Proof that there was someone else there that night? Or something like that? Or proof that somebody else was a shooter or something? So I can see if the defense is going to follow that up, it's going to be a while. And since they're thinking about the death penalty, they better be sure. As it is, because he got what, 27 years? Was it 27 or 37? Like, he's there for the rest of his life anyways. Because he's a year older than me. So he's almost 60. So add almost 30 years. That he'll be almost 90 when he's done with the financial crimes. Unless he gets out earlier on good behavior, but still. So even if he got the death penalty, he might die before the execution. Yeah, they have new evidence, though, too, that they need to follow up on.
Just real quick, I see that says 129.11 for Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
I'm blaming
Yes.
it on the cold.
And that would be the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
I'm gonna hand Exhibit 314 up to you. And if you could correct that with my pen here, and then just put your initials next to it, please.
This week has gone by so slow. Yesterday, I kept thinking that today
Going back
was
to
Friday.
Exhibit 314, if we look at all the check dates on here, we have the earliest one being about August of 2015. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then it continues all the way up to early 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Along with your spreadsheet that was just marked, have you also prepared some supporting documentation for each one of those transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
And these are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's correct.
And each one of these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is particular case is Elise Mallory. And just as an example, and
Travis has to work tomorrow.
see if you recognize that document.
Indeed, this first document is the disbursement, which would have been drafted at the end of the case, that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge, so I have a copy of that canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay. Let's put that up on the screen real quick. And are there similar documents, supporting documents for each one of these transactions that's on your spreadsheet?
There is.
All right. So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And I didn't ask you, but very quickly, tell me what a disbursement sheet is and how they're supposed to work.
So a disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of the case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had beneficiaries.
All right. And then down here at the bottom of this particular one, do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
Okay. And going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line of that other disbursement, as well as the back of it showing the endorsement.
All right. And is that the real Forge or the fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
All right. And then what is this document right here?
This is the correcting disbursement. The yellow totals would signify what the correct amount should have been and the corrections that would needed to have been made.
All right. Going back to this first page, in this particular one, how much was the recovery?
$183,528.
All right. And then was there an attorney fee taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
And do you know why? Who requested the fees be reduced in this case?
That would be Alec would have done that.
Alex did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake forge account where Alex stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
Where did Alex tell his client money? They had to be asking questions. Why aren't we?
There is a supporting documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those with the witness. I don't want to sell myself short if I need to. I don't know if the point for purposes of your honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one of those.
I would have been if it'd been my attorney.
I'm happy to keep going.
Hey, dude.
Is this Mr. Griffin? Is this yours?
So you,
I mean, he had to. I'm sure he kept lying to him and making excuses, but it probably comes up.
Okay.
I don't remember what all came out.
Just 1 moment, Your Honor.
It's been too long. I'm so tired from coughing.
What do you have a summary of everything, Miss Seckinger?
Miss Seckinger, yes.
Seckinger is.
I can do that from the spreadsheet, Your Honor. And then we're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark. But I think with Ms. Seckinger, we can kind of walk through each one and describe each one while we do that. But each packet has, we've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there. And then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation. But we've just have a few supporting documents for each one, which is the disbursement sheet, the fake forged check typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Sessions?
That's correct.
And so I can go through those quickly, and we can do that on the spreadsheet. And then we have one other category that they uncovered of manner in which he was able to misappropriate money going back to, I think, 2008, 2009, something like that.
You may proceed.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, but they weren't getting any money from that trust. There was no money in it. And they didn't realize that?
So, Your Honor, we're going through that packet that was provided up there with you, and we're going to go in order except for Hirschberger, which we already talked about. And so, Ms. Seckinger, can you see okay on that screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just kind of move through these as expeditiously but as accurately as we can. First one, we have this particular client, Miss Adriana. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And I'm going to put 317 up on the screen. And is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that, yes.
All right. And down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's Alex's signature.
All right. And would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
Typically, we did the checks on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right. And then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right, and then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The $225,073.46 went to a fake forge account that was for Alex's benefit.
All right, and is that the check right there?
That is.
Whose signature is that right there?
That's Alex.
All right, and that's 225 and change, and then you have the corrected disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alex's misappropriation.
That's correct.
All right, let's move to the next one. This would be for Mr. Barrett, using the first name, is that correct?
That's right, Barrett Boulware.
All right, and just using the first name. We have this first one is the 75,193, is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier that was payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly and deposited into his account.
All right, and I'm on exhibit 318. We're going to the third page, but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Boulware?
That is, and that was actually found as we went through his desk after September 3rd.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there? I can zoom in if you need to.
That's Alec's writing.
All right, and this is the deposit slip went along with it?
Yes.
And what's the name right there?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and the amount is $279,850.65. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we're still in exhibit 318. And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
Whose signature is down at the bottom?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And what does that say right there?
$279,000, $850.65. Payable to Forge.
Fake forge or real forge?
Fake.
All right, and then what is that right there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alex signing it and endorsement on the back.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did that one. All right, let's go on. And we did the next two. Those were those two fees that Alec told you he was structuring.
That's right.
All right. Or at least this one was, correct?
That's right.
All right, let's go on to Ms. Gary. This is States 319. This is the disbursement sheet right here.
That is the initial disbursement sheet.
Okay, and what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a forward structure right there of 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That forward structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries. And again, it was paid to the fake forge account.
All right.
You see the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
All right, so that's 112.5 right there, correct?
That's right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the client.
Remember the guy that she said was usually talkative but got off the phone really quick with that one person? I think that was the accomplice. The one that was helping him make the fake forge thing, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Mr., and I'm going to use their first names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Christopher.
Mhm.
All right, and we have this, you have this disbursement right here, is that correct?
That's right.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's.
And we got how much?
$750,000.
Going to what?
Fake forge.
The fake forge, is that correct?
That's right.
And then we have the check.
That we do.
And who's do you recognize that on the back?
That is Alec Murdaugh's.
Okay, and this is $750,000.
That's correct.
All right, and then we have another disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client.
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000
We did.
that Alex spent.
We
Client
did.
money.
We did. He stole it.
All right, let's go to the next one. Dion Martin. We have 3 for Mr. Martin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at that. We have.
So you have a little new category here. You see the above where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn for $500,000, and then it's offset by the proceeds structured annuity below. This would represent like there was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent. And that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
So just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Ella created a phantom real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
All right. But that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Okay. All right, right here on the second page, we have a disbursement to Forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that real Forge or fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
How much is that one?
$338,000, $56.14.
I bet they were livid.
Now, we already talked about on this list, we talked about the fake fee of $200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the 338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going. And what's that?
That's the check for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake Forge and endorsed by Alec.
All right. And then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000, and this one incidentally had a quote attached to it and is signed by the client. And that also went to the fake Forge account and his personal account. This is a copy of the quote from Forge.
But no Forge structure was ever materialized.
No was done. We verified none was ever done.
All right. And what is that $45,000 check there?
This is the $45,000 check to the fake Forge deposited by Alec.
And is this the disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Elise Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning. It is an example.
That's right.
All right. So we've done that one, and that was 183,528, where he took every last dime of it. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
All right, the last one I talked about was 321. The one before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page. And we have Mr. Jamian, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and right here, we've got a disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we have a Forge of $90,000.
That's correct.
All right, and is that real Forge or fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay, and what is this right here, sideways?
That is the check payable to Forge, the fake Forge, in the endorsement on the back of the check.
All right, and then we have an expense disbursement right there of 5541.17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified later that that was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we reimbursed that as well.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Yes.
And what did Alec bill to the client that y'all determined was improper?
Some airfare.
To where?
On a private flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the Keys.
I'll just charge my vacation to my client. Yeah, let's do that.
Y'all have to pay that money back too in this corrected disbursement?
We did.
That was exhibit 322.
Must be nice.
We got 333. Mr. Johnny, $95,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. On the first page, we have the disbursement sheet, and we have a Forge line right here for $95,000.
That's correct.
Crazy.
And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay. We have a copy of the check right there. Is that correct?
That's the copy of the check and the endorsement, and a copy of the correcting disbursement.
Y'all had to make that right to the client.
We did.
Moving on to 324. Mr. Jordan, we got a disbursement to Forge. Is that right?
That's right, for $85,000, along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
Okay. And then the corrected disbursement, correct?
You missed the one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right. And then the correcting.
All right. So we had an 85 and a 65,000 for that one, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 325. This is now Mr. Manuel, and we have a $70,000 Forge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
All right. And what's that right there?
The check payable to forge, the fake forge, and the endorsement. And this is the correcting disbursement where we paid the client back that $70,000.
Go on to the next one. We got Miss Mary, and we got a settlement proceeds to forge of 19.5 right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is Exhibit 326. And did that go to real forge or fake forge?
The fake forge.
All right. And what is that right there?
Copies of the check, the fake forge, and the endorsement on the back by Alec.
All right. And then the corrected disbursement having to pay the money back?
Correct.
By the firm? All right. Going on to Mr. Randy. Right here, we've got a disbursement of $9,569.30 on Exhibit 327.
Correct.
All right. Next page, we have what?
The copy of the check payable to the fake forge and the endorsement by Alec on the back of it.
All right. And then the correction disbursement.
Correct.
All right. And last one for this set is Exhibit 328, and we have Thomas Moore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex.
And amount to forge of $125,000. Is that right?
Incidentally, that's a forged signature for the client. The client confirmed that when we met with them.
Do you recognize that handwriting
It appears to me to be Alex printing.
on the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we have the fake check right there,
That's correct.
or the fake forward check, and then that's all on that one for right now. Is that
That
correct?
was partial correction. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Were things like this going on in a lot of cases that Alec had? Fair amount?
Well, we found them in these several cases, and in the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common with them.
And that's my point, is
Yes.
that there's a large volume,
Yes.
and these are sprinkled throughout over years and years and years.
Break it out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you, let me get a couple more documents, Mark.
Wow. Boy, he knew exactly how to take advantage of people, didn't he? Wow. That is crazy.
I'll stand for a moment. But you just uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011 and 2012.
Okay. And did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in Allendale where his wife was killed. And I believe a couple children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement in that particular case?
In the Badger case, the total that was apportioned to Arthur Badger was $3.1 million. There was also a companion case, Donna Badger, with a good bit apportioned to it as well. I can't recall the number right here right off the top of my head.
But just for Arthur Badger, who was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm did.
The firm did.
But that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
$1,260,000, is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that particular case when y'all did your review?
That is not.
What else did Alec take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
And how did he go about doing that?
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank that were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account, payments to Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying back personal loans that they had given him.
Okay. And so we've got now what's been marked as Exhibit 329 up on the screen. I'll let the sirens go by. Guess I'll just talk over him. All right, we've got on this one at the top, we have Mr. Arthur Badger, is that right?
That's right.
And we have the date, and we have the amount, which is how much?
$1,360,000, and that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 330. And is this the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
And down here, we have Palmetto State Bank payment to fund structure per client request. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's the 1.325 million?
That's correct.
And did that go to the client?
No.
I see there's an email right here. Who is that from and to, and what's the date on that? You need me to bring it to you?
So this email is from Russell to Alec. Doesn't look right. There was an email that came from Alec to Russell asking if we could recut the checks in a certain way. Then Russell independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No.
All right. So ultimately,
and ultimately, those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written and what benefit they went to.
and they were made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
And then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to them?
They got converted to personal usage for Alex Murdaugh's benefit.
Real quick, I see the spreadsheet says July 2005. I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
I'm going to bring your spreadsheet. Let's do that real quick. Give me a pen and
admire people that can keep all that financial stuff straight because that's probably one of the things I can work. My dad used to date an accountant, and she balanced my checkbook for me because I couldn't do it to save my life.
All right, let's talk about another case. I'm looking now at Exhibit 332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what was the amount on that particular one?
There were two payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right, I'm looking at Exhibit 332. We have down here at the bottom, we have payment, and it says what entity right there?
Palmetto State Bank.
For $325?
Yes.
So was a check cut from the trust account for $325?
Yes.
And is that it right there?
That is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that money went for Alex's benefit.
Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay that
misappropriation?
back. What you're seeing now is just all the different payments that were made from that money.
Those were converted at the bank into personal use for Alec?
That's correct.
All right, we're looking at the second check for how much was that?
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
From the client trust account?
Correct.
Did that go to the client or did that go somewhere else?
That went to Alex's personal use again.
All right. And did y'all ultimately have to make that right?
We did.
Last one is Mr. Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms. Thomas?
It is.
Got two misappropriations, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this disbursement sheet, we have right here on the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto State Bank.
For how much?
$309,581.46.
All right, and that's signed by who on this?
Russell Lafitte, conservator.
And is that the check right there?
That is the check.
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
And what year?
December 2011.
Okay, and did that money go to the client?
It did not.
Did you ultimately have to pay that back?
We did.
And then finally, $60,000 for
The PR fee again. We decided to pay the PR fee back.
And that's the PR fee right there for Mr. Lafitte. Is that correct?
That's right.
The one who signed that disbursement sheet.
That's correct.
You mentioned Russell Lafitte. Do you have a relation to Russell Lafitte?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my husband's sister.
June 7th, 2021, you came in demanding answers about those Ferris fees, correct?
That's correct.
And that conversation ended because you got a call about his father, correct?
That's correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And additionally, Alec called you about having to get finances together for a hearing in the boat case later that week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul.
That's correct.
And ultimately, in July, y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you later find out about whether
That
all
guy
that money was in the account?
was in on
We
it.
found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion was that?
There's a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
And once, a few months later, your attention got turned back to these matters and you ran that inquiry, then the whole thing started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This time, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have an idea about how long you plan to be? Right. So we'll take a break now for about 10 minutes.
Either that Saturday or
May sometime?
You're right. Any client funds, what we were concerned about, either he's got a check he hasn't turned in.
was the 7th. Phone call that his father was.
Either he's got a check he hasn't turned in to us that is properly paid.
See, when I thought he was still in the office, I would have gone in his office and been like, I thought you were going to the hospital.
Mr. Griffin?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
I want to first just go to June. I want to go to June the 7th when you were up in Alex Murdaugh's office and you were talking to him about the Ferris attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had just gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you, well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was previously. He wasn't at the time of his death.
Was he beloved by the partners in the law firm?
Yes.
And his father, and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the hospital, and you mentioned that, you know, the belief was that it was terminal.
Correct.
You stopped your work and turned into a friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father. Right?
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly as to where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away. Monday was the 7th. He passed away on the 10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure the date, but that sounds right.
That Thursday, right? And if
What's your point?
Alec had stayed out of the office from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back in the hospital and terminal until his dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Now, what you were looking at, investigating, was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Miss Ferris or the state of Ferris.
Correct.
And they got a excellent result during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
And that and you were the firm got an expense check but no fee check, and the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's paralegal, where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid, and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
In fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money's in my trust account.
He did in July.
In July, that was forwarded on to you, right?
That's right.
And I noticed, well, let me back up. Did Alec explain, did he come up with a story to explain, well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee?
We did discuss that. Okay. Yes.
And in that law firm, your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
And so
What are you doing? You already
the fact that, and just so the record is clear, when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees, it is delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Is that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product, if successful, it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past, when the payment of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past, and when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured into our allocation at the fee breakdown at the end of the year.
So there's no, I mean, the fact that there's a structure the time you did it, when it was disclosed above board, it is, and just use, say, $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right, and that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive that'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000,
it did.
So he got credit on, or she got credit for the $100,000, even though it never went to the firm?
Yes.
Okay. So if a partner,
If a partner did it correctly, it would be recognized. and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee, it was whether he had received the fee personally.
Understand. And he had said he had it, and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
That's what he stated.
Now, the spreadsheet and the files that you were asked about, I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
And after Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death, murder on the 7th, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's death on the 10th, how long of a delay was there before you got in touch with Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
And you don't know whether Lee, how long it took Lee Cope to reach out?
You would have to ask Lee.
And so, and you can't testify to that. We would have to ask Lee, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you had talked about a Hirschberger case where there was actually what appeared on paper to be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're having done one in the past, it did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that Alec would have to pay income tax on it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's correct.
And his explanation, I think you said that was back in
Late May, early June.
Yeah, that check is May 12th, 2021, the Hirschberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that check.
Okay. And that, and so the thought there was, and Alec told you that, well, I'm just trying to sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm in a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hirschberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that Alec put that money in a fake forge account that was Alec Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Correct.
And you don't have any information that money then went into Maggie Murdaugh's investment account, personal account, or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
And I think you said that that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hirschberger matter until sometime in, I think you said, did not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
Okay. And early September, you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany, or just a thought. Well, let's just see what these how many times Alex his cases have checks going to forge?
Well, when you're speaking of Epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he'd brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on Forge and see what that turns out, rather than digging one by one.
Okay. And what prompted you to do that?
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to Forge, like this other one with Hirschberger, so that we could account for them and discuss how we were going to handle them at the year end with the bonus distribution.
I see. And at what time of the year do you have to prepare final reports for the
December.
partners? For December? And when do you start working on that?
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in September, you were, I guess, doing your job, trying to see if there were other Hirschberger type structures out there.
That's right.
Okay. And so you ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
These were electronic records?
Yes.
And you didn't have to order bank statements for anyone. You had them right there on your computer system?
I have mine, yes.
And there's nothing that happened well, let me back up. We've seen checks to Forge, I think you said, going back to 2015.
Correct.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and maintain them since 2015?
They were. They didn't catch our attention before that.
And there's nothing about the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was there.
That's
18.
right.
And that's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, do you have the summary exhibit 314 up there?
I do not.
I may have it. Well, I guess I put on Mr. Elmo here. It's not my favorite animal, but well, let me just have you look at this right quick. Can you go through exhibit 314 and there, the grand total is $2,841,512.55, and tell us, just identify anyone on this list that is just straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns, but I know like Elise Mallory or one of those two, some of them should have been firms' fees due to them.
Right. But all the other ones, but the Hirschberger matter, involve proceeds that should have gone to the client, right?
Which your client stalled, yes.
Right. And that, well, you investigated it and you came to that conclusion and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Yes,
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize Alec to put this in a fake forge account?
we did interview the clients, most of them, we met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea
Right.
that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize Alec to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients
Correct,
and get their response.
correct,
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
correct.
On this list of 314, is there anyone where you didn't go to the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alec to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right. Okay. Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds. That's Exhibit 314. I think you said Alec had power of attorney.
He did.
And was Mr. Boulware alive in 2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that Alec did not have a permission from Barrett Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR, so that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would need Ronnie Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed to do with Alec.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people have told me that they either did not know about it, it was covered up, or it was forged.
And they would need to come in and tell the
They
court.
would, and they have.
Or they've testified?
They believe they have,
Not in this proceeding.
not in this proceeding.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right,
And your brother-in-law?
that's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinckney. Do you know if Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas. I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pinckney. I can't remember the exact circumstance. And he was the conservator for Arthur Badger's wife.
Okay. And Mr. Lafitte, I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Correct.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out to pay, according to your investigation, expenses that Alec owed. Is that right?
Correct.
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
Correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
Now, I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of these. Let's just go to, I'm gonna put it up with Miss Elmo, and it is the Ben Allen Kendall. Well, that's her statement, but let's don't do that. Let's do the next one, Adriana. And let's see if I can do this right. Do you see that one? That's the disbursement sheet.
Yes.
And the recovery amount here is, and it says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct.
And that, according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
Correct.
And then the attorney's fees here said $22,000. Is that the firm got $22,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess does this footnote explain what happened?
Yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's fees and costs, $19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et cetera, and other matters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those are fake bills?
They look to be legitimate.
Did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
By looking at the paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay. And then here, there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits. There's an exhibit A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it. Did you prepare this footnote?
I don't remember which ones exactly I've prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation and a footnote as to what the entire transaction was
That's
about.
right.
Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come here and explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
That's correct. It's also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all looked over it as well.
Okay. All right. Now, I think you also said that back to June the 7th, that you said that Alex called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k.
That's right.
And he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery in the voting case of the hearing coming up?
Yes.
And that he'd asked you, he'd questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. It's not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in context of putting together information for the voting case, or just he was curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Okay. Financials in general, or financials in voting case, or you just don't know?
I didn't really ask particulars.
Okay. So
the perception was that it's for the voting case. Talking in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were looking for his financials.
Okay. Well, when you said on the 7th, he called you about financials, did he reference the voting case?
I believe he did.
Okay. Now, do you know what impact or what consequences Alec would have suffered from his partners if he had or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally, as opposed to putting it in a structure or putting it in the firm? You know.
I think that he probably would have had some bad repercussions for him, because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the voting case.
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't, and at that point in time, no one was saying that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
And then it wasn't until September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in the Bank of America account and endorsed by Alec, you'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on than what anyone believed. Is that
That's
right? Correct. And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
And that information had been in the books and records of the law firm since 2015.
Correct.
One last question: that the information that in part of the investigation, where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the clients did not authorize any of these transactions, I mean, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. And any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
It's not hearsay if they said it to me.
Okay. And some said it to you.
Yes.
It's hearsay
Thank you.
because it's an out of court statement. That makes it hearsay.
Very briefly, Your Honor. One thing you know is that the money that you talked about, the fake forged, went into an account, Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA Forge, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts, did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office some bank statements for that particular account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335. Had to take a look at it. Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA Fake Forge account that you saw?
Yes.
That you have repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes.
That there's no possible legitimate explanation for?
That's correct.
You were asked some questions about the manner of your inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves. So in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which Alex Murdaugh had erroneously received a repayment that was actually meant for his brother, Randy?
We did.
All right. And did that happen once, or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written to him erroneously, and within a few days, he brought the check back to my staff and had it recut to him. So the first check that was recut was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately, and the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
That's right.
How much was that check roughly, do you recall?
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was he confronted about this when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was that it was an accident, that he thought it was due to him and that he didn't know, and that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after he gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved, yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay. So the money gets paid back and people moved on. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about in the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right. It's a family-like place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year. And at that point, like we said, we didn't think he was stealing any money from us.
You had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then in July, you got an email. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from Chris Wilson's office?
It said that the money was in the account available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you've testified that things have been going on for a while, and it was months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because there have been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
But that has nothing to do, the fact that might have occurred regardless of at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were happening in June, they got shelved, and then you found out the money was there and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We had nobody saying they were missing money. This just turned up when we started searching because of the Hirschberger and the other relevant things.
Has there ever been instances in which Alec used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes,
And if the money got paid back, well, then the matter, everybody moved on. Is that right?
that's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in and everybody moves on. Is that
That's
correct?
right. History of trust and brotherhood.
And that's what happened in July with the Ferris fees. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not you were told in July that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you come to find out, however, that it actually had not been there?
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
That's correct.
The bottom line is that there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
That's right.
Things were continuing to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious, and eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may step down. Well, we're running up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters, what's next?
Well, we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to that. We also have available on this particular issue Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available in as much as that's necessary to complete this story for purposes of the in-camera hearing. We do have, though we have arranged to get additional SLED and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon, if you wish to make use of the jury for that. And also as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular instances, but we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time in the Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence established of these various other crimes.
Judy, there's something going on in the courtroom in the Pino trial. There's one lawyer sitting in there. Well, there may be more, but I can only see one. What are they doing? There's no sound. Are they doing the charging conference today?
And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well. I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally, with the boat case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank that will talk about the extent of Alex Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think there's more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And I mean, without even getting to whether they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time. But if the whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of undue delay. And as he just described, all the financial misdeeds or crimes that he wants to prove up, we're going to be here until end of February, I suspect, or March, because that's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And obviously, as I even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation. Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very, very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being on the scene, within seconds of the 911 call happening. And that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? But there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the Ferris fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able to do, just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also, I don't have to get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of consequence that's hanging out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar series of events like nothing ever seen, is certainly relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th.
Griffin, the witnesses that are here, Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, and Mike, Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment, do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'd certainly, that's predicate for Mr. Gunn to testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America, and those checks were not deposited with us, and I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that, and just, without knowing the full scope of what they intend to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness, I mean, she has a lot of information that is, that she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
Your Honor, I point out that those witnesses that I mentioned, as well as every single one of those victims all testified. There is transcripts on that, which the defense has had, which, Your Honor has access to as well. So I don't know that necessarily it needs to all be repeated for Your Honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases in the context of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on in an unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited and focused
do it
fashion.
over again, you wouldn't have allowed the financial crimes to
I
come
would
in.
say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
Yes, sir. Well,
This hearing, I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir. As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists, clear and convincing evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says that degree of proof which will give me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven. And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record, with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge, confession of judgment, disbarment. I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony. One of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we nevertheless conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that without needless presentation of evidence twice, more than once. And now I understand the defense's position, and I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or not this should be admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the res gestae issue, which is equally important, or perhaps more important. But if you
You're going to get to a point anytime today, Judge Newman?
are interested in contesting the nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony, if they're here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we can. You indicate that there are some other witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon?
Yes, sir. After our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
We can go in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and be in an idle format. And to the extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward, that's best. If you can't, then I make the call.
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, I strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B, and you don't need to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing. I mean, if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about res gestae?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res gestae is tomato, right? And so the only thing that comes close to that is, the encounter on June the 7th by this witness up there about the Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue, and that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
the state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew that was subject to exposure.
so, Your Honor, in the with regard to the res gestae issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and that is somewhat similar in that it involved thefts for someone stealing money, and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous, and then number of thefts months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis in King?
Well, the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
Without conducting a 404 analysis, 403 analysis?
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
You have to do what we're doing now.
Yes, sir. But in the case, they said, while the remote thefts may have been minimally relevant, show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this evidence far outweighed the slight probative value. So the Supreme Court did a 403 analysis, and that's in footnote 5, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break? We'll resume at, we'll resume at 2 o'clock with, at 2:15 with witnesses, and we will resume with witnesses and the jury witnesses. And we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
Yes, sir.
So be in recess at 2:15.
And we will be done for the day until 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to go lay down, take some cold medicine, and maybe a muscle relaxer because this coughing is killing my chest. And I will see you in the morning at 9 for more of this trial because there's no Pinot trial. And be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye. Bye, Marty.